Switzerland van Maluku, dari seram sampai buru, beta selalu rindu. Ambon eiland en de Lise zo mooi, er is liefde diep in mijn hart bewaard. Van Banda tot Kei, zo prachtig te nimbar, Aru sampai Baradaya, alles in Maluku Manise. Ik bid voor jou, dag en nacht, Tanah Maluku, Tanah Bella en Gandong, land van duizend eilanden, satu Gandong. Dari seram, sama kinderen doan tua maman, tot we daar, wajahmu selalu terbayang, sing bisa hilang di dalam dada. Suara Tifa en Toto buang, van het strand tot aan de bergen, katong semua zingen lagu rindu. Beta rindu kampung jauh di sana, fokus paman dansen lenzo bergoyang. De oostelijke wind brengt jouw naam, ik hoor Maluku in elke adem van de oceaan. Deze liefde zal nooit verdwijnen, tot mijn laatste adem. Maluku blijft die hati. Oh, oh, land van Maluku, Tanah Bella dan Gandong, land van duizend eilanden, één suara, één band. Semakin rinduan tua mama, tot we daar, wajahmu selalu terbayang, beta selalu rindu. Oh, Tanah Maluku, seram, buru, Ambon, Tanlis, Manise, Banda Kei, Tanimbar, Alu, Baradaya, alles één, met de liefde Malukuland. Seram, buru, Ambon, Tanlis, Manise, Banda Kei, Tanimbar, Alu, Baradaya, alles één, met de liefde Malukuland. Beta pun cinta voor jou selamanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, respectable guests, distinguished keynote speakers, and honorable participants joining us from various parts of the world, good morning.
Pohon
On
karena
behalf
cuaca hari ini cuaca cerah. Kita akan
I am
lanjut
honored to welcome you to the third International Conference
seremonial
on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2025 under the theme Deep Learning Approach in the Era of Digitalization to Strengthen Students' Mathematical Abilities, hosted by Mathematics Education Study Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Patimura University. First of all, let us praise the
solidaritas.
Almighty God. Because of His blessing, we are able to attend.
Kasih tepuk tangan untuk kita semua. Duduk dan menikmati.
Before we begin, allow me to respectfully acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Dr. Christina M. Laamena, MSc, Head of Mathematics and Sciences Department, our distinguished keynote speakers, Latrenda Naiten BA MED, President of NCTM, Associate Professor Kim Eng-chi, PhD, School of Education, Murdoch University, Perth, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Renat Adi Nur Cahyono, Semarang State University, Central Java, Indonesia, Associate Profesor Choi Ban Heng, PhD, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. All invited guests, presenters, researchers, and all participants who have joined this conference, we are delighted to have you all with us today as we come together to explore and discuss our conference theme, Deep Learning Approach in the Era of Digitalization to Strengthen Students' Mathematical Abilities. Respectable guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Venusintia Korlemo. It's an honor to become your master of ceremony in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants, allow me to read the agenda for today's program in its entirety. First, opening ceremony. Second, plenary session. Third, parallel session. Fourth, closing. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to honor our nation, we kindly invite you to stand for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a gesture of our warm welcome, we are pleased to present a traditional Maluku dance, Hena Masawaya by Kalesang Maluku community.
Hena
Thank you for the beautiful and captivating dance. Your performance was amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next agenda, which is the report of Organizing Committee Chair, Mr. Dharma Andreas Ngilawayan, MPD. Mr. Dharma, the floor is yours.
Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Domingos Male, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teachers Training and Educational Sciences, Professor Dr. Isaac Henry Bueno, Honorable Vice Deans, all head of departments and study programs at the Faculty of Teachers Training and Educational Sciences, distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Latrenda Naiten, Associate Professor Dr. Joy Van Heng, Associate Professor Dr. Kin Eng Chin, and Associate Professor Dr. Adi Nur Chayono. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from anywhere you are connected online as well as on site. At this moment, my appreciation for Head of Linguistic Program, Dr. Wilma Agyari, as well as Head of Educational Study, Dr. Emma Romalewang. Thank you for accepting our invitation as well as attending this conference on site. We are delighted welcoming you to the third International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2025. Theme that we are addressed in the third edition of this conference is deep learning approach in the era of digitalization to strengthen students' mathematical abilities. This theme based on consideration about current day's situation in mathematical instruction, which using digital tools such as artificial intelligence that increasingly massive around the world. This situation has impacted on education in positive as well as negative ways. The era of digitalization, in one way, has created students as independent learners, which have abilities to understand problems in high level and critical thinking. On the contrary, this situation also put them in instant behavior, which depend most on the use of digital tools to solve problems without using and maintaining their cognitive skills. To deal with this reality, teachers and educators need to implement the effective approaches and strategies in teaching and learning mathematics. One of the approaches that has been initiated to apply in some countries, including Indonesia, is deep learning. A deep learning approach focuses not only on the ability to apply knowledge in a real world context, but also moving beyond rote memorization to cultivate lifelong learners. The keynote speakers that will perform are Patrenda Knighton, BAMED, which is the president of NCTM, Associate Professor Dr. Choi Ban Heng from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Associate Professor Kin Eng Ching, PhD from Murdoch University, Australia, and Associate Professor Dr. Renat Adi Nur Cahyono from Semarang State University, Indonesia. They are the prominent scientists in the field of expertise for years and have been well known globally. We thank to the board of Patimura University, rector and vice rectors, as well as the board of faculty of teachers training and educational sciences, dean and vice deans, for their support in any ways to make this conference possible. I hope through this conference, there are ideas and information can be exchanged. A lot of innovation will be shared. Collaboration as well as networks can be built in order to enrich horizon of mathematics and mathematics education. God bless all of us. Have a good conference.
Thank you, Mr. Dharma, for your report. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to a significant moment to our opening ceremony. It's our great honor to invite Head of Mathematics and Sciences Department, Dr. Christina M. Laamena, MSc, to deliver welcoming address and also officially open the third International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2025. Dr. Laamena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, especially distinguished speakers, good morning, good evening for all of us. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Okay, I want to check my sound. Is clear? Ladies and gentlemen, our committee, are you hear my voice? Are clear?
Yeah.
Okay, I will do. Thank you. My respect to coordinator of the Mathematics Education Study Program and also chairman of this committee, Mr. Dharma, our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Latrenda Knighton, President of NCTM, Associate Professor King Ain Chin, PhD from School Education, Murdoch University, Perth, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Renat Adi Nur Cahyono from Universitas Negeri Semarang, and Associate Professor Choi Ban Heng, PhD from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And all invited guests, presenters, researchers, and all participants who have joined in this conference. It is great pleasure and privilege for me to warmly welcome all of you to this international conference on mathematics and mathematics education. I am deeply grateful to see such a diverse and inspiring gathering of scholars, practitioners, and students from various institutions, nations, and academic background who share the same passion for advanced mathematics and improving the quality of mathematics education across the globe. Today, themes of the third international conference on mathematics and mathematics education is deep learning approach in the era of digitalization to strengthen student mathematical abilities is both timely and highly relevant. As we all know, the rapid development of digital technology has transformed almost every aspect of human life, including how students learn, how teachers teach, and how educational system evolve. And in this era, we are challenged and not only to integrate technology into the classroom, but also to ensure that technology truly support deeper understanding, higher order thinking, and meaningful learning. Deep learning, distinct from mere memorizing or procedural fluency, but focus on student ability to reason, analyze, make connection, generalize ideas, and solve authentic problems. It encourages learning to not only use concept, but to truly understand them, to question them, and to apply them in new situation. When we combine with digital understand them, with digital tools, deep learning approach have the potential to significantly strengthen student mathematical literacy, creativity, and problem solving skills. However, the integration of technology in mathematics education not without challenge. It requires teachers to adapt to adaptation, institution to innovate, and student to develop new competency. For the reason, forum like the Third International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education are essential. They provide platform for us to share research funding, discuss best practice, collaborate on innovative teaching design, and explore new strategy that enhance learning outcome in both traditional and digital environments. I believe that throughout this conference, we will gain valuable insight from the theoretical foundation of deep learning to practical classroom application to the future direction of digitalized mathematics education. More importantly, I hope this international conference on mathematics and mathematics education will strengthen international collaboration and build a global community commit to developing high quality mathematics and mathematics education. Allow to Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all organizer, committee, reviewer, and contributors who have worked to make this conference possible. I would like uh, to extend my gratitude to our distinguished speaker who have graciously agreed to share their expertise, as well as to all participants who present enrich this academic forum. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this conference, let us keep in mind our shared purpose to advance mathematics education in ways that are innovative, inclusive, and impactful. May this event inspire new ideas, foster new partnership, and lead us to create learning environments where every student can grow, explore, and excel. With that, it's my great honor to officially open the International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education. I wish all of you enjoy productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lamina, for your insightful address and officially opening our conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to prayer, which will be delivered according to Islamic tradition. We kindly invite Mr. Samad Rumalayan, MSI, to lead the prayer. Other participants who have another religion, please be adjust. Mr. Samad, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us for all head tour a moment, pray to good Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will display best one day training, one day teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa tabatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa magfirat bandal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakratil maut wan najata minan nar wal afah indal hisab. Allahumma Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa ilam takfir lana wa tarhamna lalakunanna minal hasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar wa qina azaban nar wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamu alal mursalin walhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Samad. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, opening ceremony now complete. But before we step on to the next session, which is the plenary session, the committee want to thanks to all the guests and participants of this ceremony. And we hope that all of you can participate and enjoy this conference until the end. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the plenary session of this conference. This session will be guided by our moderator, Mr. Dharma A. Nilawayan, MPD. Mr. Dharma, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all distinguished keynote speakers, to all participants. We are going to proceed to the first session of this conference. And according to the schedule, um, we will start from Miss Latrenda Knighton. Good evening, Miss Latrenda.
Hi, how are you? Is it
I'm good,
possible
thank
for
you.
me to share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Okay. Thank you very much for having you today with us, and thank you for accepting our invitation. We are very happy to have you with us in this event. Uh, Before presenting your article, I would like to introduce you in briefly to all participants. Dr. Latrinda Knighton is the current president of National Councils of the Teachers of Mathematics, and she is an educator with the experience more than 30 years. She also a curriculum development, a mathematical education leadership, and she is also instructional coaching, and she just retired from East Baton Rouge Parish School as mathematics curriculum supervisor. The topic that she will address with us today is reimagining and revitalizing the mathematics experience for all. Dr. Latrenda, the line is yours, please.
Thank you so much. And I must say, thank you for giving me the extra degree, but I don't have a PhD. But thank you so much for thinking that I've put in that time and that hard work or whatever. So I'm going to say not yet is what I always say, because it's never too late to try something new. So on behalf of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, I want to thank you for inviting me to be a part of your special event. And I appreciate having the opportunity to share something that is very near and dear and special to me when I think about students that I've worked with in the past and students that I will work with in the future. So, as your esteemed moderator said, the title of this presentation is Reimagining and Revitalizing the Mathematics Experience for All. And as I was listening to the opening speaker and welcoming us all to this conference, I heard things about talking about best practices, talking about problem solving, and thinking about how we are making mathematics really special and come to life for all children. And so that's what I want to spend just a little bit telling you about some of the things that are new for us in NCTM, but ways that we're trying to help educators focus their attention on things to really make that experience a positive one for students. So one of the things I always like to begin with is share the mission statement of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. And I always say this is the mission statement of NCTM, but I know that every single teacher of mathematics has the same mission. And it's simply that we advocate for high quality mathematics teaching and learning for each and every student. And I like to think that a lot of us who work as leaders who support other educators, we use the teacher as that vehicle to get to the student. So I want to start by sharing with you two questions that a lot of times I like to pose to students. And in this particular case, I'm going to actually share some responses that were gathered when someone did a study and they actually posed this question to high school students. They were asking them, what is mathematics and why learn mathematics? So I'm going to share a couple of responses. And just for background, to give you an idea, this was from 2022 and it was conducted by the New York Times. And so students had several vehicles in which they could actually respond to the question, do you see the point in learning math? And so they could answer virtually, and then some people went face-to-face to a couple sites and asked students. So here are two students, Jessica Sanchez and Fabian. And so here are what those students had to say. So I want you to take a look at what they said in response to the question, do you see the point in learning math? I'll give you a minute or two to take a look at those responses. And feel free to use the chat if you have any aha moments about some of the things you see students saying. Let's look at another student. So did anyone notice any trends in some of these responses? I know I only shared 3, but in a virtual context, because I don't get a chance to actually interact with you in person, I didn't want to populate too many things, but you see any themes in the responses for some of these students? Anyone want to come off mute and share? Let's see, are there any things in chat? No. So as we take a look at the student responses, I'm going to go back to, we see Jessica sees value. It's challenging, makes you learn to think that it's something that she needs for the rest of her life. Even Fabian sees that there's structure in mathematics. But then we have this student who has the view that math is only useful for some people, that some people don't need to use it. And so what we found when you actually, and you can actually find the results of this study and see all the student responses, is that students divided math into 2 ways. They saw school math, the things that you need to do in school, maybe things that you need to be successful for a college admissions process. And then there's the real math, the things that we do just to get through day-to-day life. How do we navigate, managing a bank account, investing, filing their taxes and things like that. These are things that are meaningful to high school students. And so one of the things that we know is that we don't want students to see that math is what we do in school has no relation whatsoever to how you use math in the real world. So that means when we think about those experiences that we provide for students, we need them to see that relevance has to become a defining characteristic of what happens in the mathematics classroom. So in order for our students to really see the power, the wonder, and the beauty of mathematics, what they use in class or in school has to show relevance. One of the things that we know that we need and we want to include is mathematical and statistical modeling opportunities, because those are the real world type math tasks that our students need to have experience in, and they need to have those contextual and interesting tasks in order to do them. So we'll take a look at 2 tasks, a task A and a task B. And we would decide which one would we want. If we want to think about which one is going to give us an opportunity to show relevance, maybe an opportunity to use problem solving, to use critical thinking and to think of it that way. So here's task A. And so just take a look at the things you notice or observe about this task and what students are being asked to do. And I'll pause long enough for you to take a look at the task. And now here's task B. Same scenario, but presented a little bit differently. And let me check to see if there are any notes for me in chat. I don't think there are. Nope, none for me. So if we take a look at task A and task B, while students have a similar task that they're using, we see that in task B, we have a context, they have a purpose, they have some representations to support those best practices for students. And students are allowed to conceptually come to the conclusion that they need to find the volume of the box to solve this. And of course, we have a math teacher who's solving the problem because as math teachers, we love to solve the problems. I see someone has that in the chat. And so this is where we think about what is a hallmark of what needs to happen. We want math to be engaging. All of us who are here, we're here because we love to teach math. We probably enjoyed math as students ourselves, and we love to see our students really become excited as they engage in mathematics activities with us. But one of the things that we know in order to make sure that math is engaging is our students should be actively involved in what they're doing so they can make sense of what they're doing. So that as they go through the different content that they learn throughout the course of their career in school, that they're adding more layers and they're making sense of what they're doing. So one of the things that we propose to reimagine and revitalize the math experience for all is to think about the 3 R's: relevance, reimagine, and revitalize. So we know relevance means that we need to make sure as students are making sense of what they're doing, they can see connections between the mathematics they're learning in school and how they use it outside of school. But we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the revitalization component and the reimagine component tonight. And for me, it's night, and I know it's still morning for some folks. So for tonight, for me, or this morning, we're going to think about that. So I want you to think about the verb revitalize. And so a lot of times when I hear this, I think about maybe taking something old and making it new, maybe how I can make something a little bit more modern, how I can change things. And so whenever I talk about revitalization with the teachers I support, I like to use an image such as this, because sometimes when we say we're going to revitalize what's happening in the math classroom, some teachers get a little scared and thinking we're going to throw everything we've done before away and start over all again. And so if you take a look at the 2 images here, what we've done is we've taken a common space, we've repurposed it, made it more useful, made it more modern, put in some modern technology, things like that, things to make it more practical, things to make it more useful, things to make it more relevant and more accessible. And that's what we really want to think about when we think about revitalizing the math classroom. So when we think about that student experience, one of the things that we want to see more is using mathematical and statistical processes as that tool, as that vehicle to help us make sure that our students are actively engaged in what they're doing, making sure they're involved in active sense making of mathematics and statistics. Because as we know, we need to make sure that our students are using those skills that they will need to use in the workforce on a daily basis so that they can make sense and use mathematics and statistics to question, understand, or critique the world around them. They need to be able to be in a position to do those things for themselves. So one of the things that we've done in recent publication, we actually looked at the mathematical and statistical processes, and we came up with 4 big areas: modeling and using tools and representations, explaining, reasoning, and proving in mathematics and statistics, seeing, describing, and generalizing structure, and develop the habits of a productive mathematical and statistical thinker. We think about this as revitalization because these 4 big areas are what we want to see students engaged in. These are student activities. These are not the activities that the teacher is doing. These are for students. So when we look at these 4 big areas, we went a little step further and we identified some specific actions, some best practices for things that students would do to actually embody those 4 areas. So each of those 4 categories, you see anywhere from 2 to 4 actual processes that students would engage in. Most of these are things that we all do in our classroom. We've been seeing having our students have an opportunity to actually engage in that meaningful discourse where they construct viable arguments, critique the reasoning of others, where they have an opportunity to make sense of problems and persevere in solving them, tinker productively with mathematical and statistical ideas and problems, modeling with mathematics and statistics. So things that we've done for a long time, but finding a way to put them in those 4 broad areas so that as our educators are thinking about what's happening on a day-to-day basis in my classroom, as I provide that experience for students, these are the 4 big areas I'm going to think about. And within those 4, these are the processes that I want my students to actively engage in. So let's take a look at one of those in habits of a productive mathematical and statistical thinker. One of those processes is to tinker productively with mathematical and statistical ideas and problems. And so here you see 3 things that students would actively engage in order to tinker productively with mathematical and statistical ideas and problems. The middle bullet says, consider how ideas, concepts, and similar problems relate to or differ from the concepts or problems being explored. When I think about this, and I think about pre-K-12 as a whole, students at all grade levels should be engaging in activities where they're having an opportunity to do this. This makes math accessible to all students. It gives all students an opportunity to be in the driver's seat where they are helping to build and construct their learning. So making sure that when we put plans in place for students and what they're doing, how can we do this in such a way that our students are actively doing these things? So when we go back and look at that box of cubes task, and we look at the one that has context, the one that allows some scaffolding, that has representations, and I think about what could this look like if I were looking at what are things that students will actively do? Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but I highlighted a few things from those processes that I would expect to see students do if they were engaging in that task. Definitely, they're modeling with mathematics and statistics. They're using those representations to explain multiple mathematical and statistical points of view. As they begin to think about the volume formula, they're looking for and making use of structure, making sense of problems and persevere in solving them. And they're tinkering productively with mathematical and statistical ideas and problems. So really making sure that the students are actively engaged in the activities they're doing. So when we think about that revitalization, it's providing our students with the opportunities to engage in these processes so they are the active participants in the classroom. But we also know once we make sure we provide them with relevant experiences, making sure that they're actively engaged in mathematical and statistical processes, there's some things we also have to do as the adults in the room. We have to think about how can we reimagine, what we're doing with the content that we're providing to students. So we're not talking about we're going to retire or get rid of some courses of study. But within those content areas, within those courses, what's the content we're going to focus on at each grade level, at each grade band, at each course? How are we going to organize this content so that it makes sense for students? And how are we going to put it together so that the progressions are there to support conceptual understanding, to support how students learn developmentally, and really to help them make sense of the mathematics so that it stays with them and it sticks to them. So when we talk about reimagining the content, one of the things that we have introduced is reimagining the content by organizing it around cross-cutting concepts and interest-driven pathways. Now, I know there are a lot of STEM folks here, and so people who are into science, and so cross-cutting concepts are not a new concept to you because we've had those in science for a long time, where we have those common themes. And so one of the things we saw when we were working on this publication, and we kept looking at just the high school courses in general, we kept coming back and seeing every time we look at this, we're seeing that there's 5 big areas that if all students have these experiences in mathematics, regardless of the course that they choose, regardless of the pathway they choose, they will have a deep, rich mathematics experience. And we want all students to have a deep, rich mathematics experience with mathematics and with statistics. So they're really looking at those connections so that students see there is a point in learning mathematics. There's a reason why I need math in my world, because we know it is impossible to do anything that you do on a daily basis without using math to do that. So the 5 cross-cutting concepts that we've identified are here: patterns and generalization, variability and change, functional and structural thinking, comparison, difference, and equivalence, making and interpreting predictions. And when we sat back and we looked at all the high school courses, from algebra through calculus 2, these 5 cross-cutting concepts are present in all the mathematics that our students are seeing. So our goal as the adults is to make sure that every student has an opportunity in every course that they engage in to experience mathematics from all 5 of these cross-cutting concepts. So for an example of what that could look like, if we take a look at the high school curriculum, so patterns and generalizations means that high school mathematics provides opportunities for students to identify patterns in abstract and modeling contexts, generalize those patterns with mathematical and statistical models, and make estimates and predictions based on their generalizations. So what could that look like in 3 different contexts? So in statistics and data science, in algebra and function context, and geometry and measurement context, here you see some examples of what that could look like. And so it's important that we see that students, a lot of times we think about patterns and generalization, that's only going to happen in algebra. Not really. It can happen in all of these other courses. That's how they're going to make connections. That's how students are going to have that stick-to-itness, and they're going to think, okay, this makes sense. I can make connections. I can see this in my world. But what about those younger kids? So spending so much of my teaching career working with elementary students, I wanted to see how could we see these 5 cross-cutting concepts across the foundational grades. So one of the things I did is thinking about how do we typically describe and structure our standards in those early grades. In the States, when we look at statistics and data science context, generally you find that content and those standards in measurement and data domains in the United States. Algebra and function contexts are usually found in operations and algebraic thinking, and we do use geometry and measurement context as a heading for our schools in the United States. So here are a couple examples of patterns and generalization across those three contexts, even for our youngest learners. So really thinking about how are we helping students to make connections by making sure that all students have access to all five of those cross-cutting concepts in every math course, every grade level that they're a part of for mathematics. We can really help ensure that our students are making sense of the important mathematical ideas and that our classes are taught in such a way that math is relevant and students see the usefulness of what they're learning. And so when we ask, how can we do this as adults? We say using those 8 effective teaching practices from principles to actions from NCTM, these are those things that we know are going to yield student achievement, student growth, and students actively engaged in doing and learning mathematics, coupled with from catalyzing change, looking at those 8 effective teaching practices and looking at the equitable teaching practices. How do we make this accessible to all students? So we have the tools, we have the resources to reimagine the content that we're teaching. We have the opportunities and we have the tools and the resources to revitalize that experience for all of our students. Additional resources that you can find. There's actually a page here listed, nctm.org High School Reimagine, which is a landing page that actually has all of these things that I've just talked about. It has the cross-cutting concepts in complete detail. It has the mathematical statistical processes in complete detail. Then there's some examples, and then there are also some examples of how other states have embodied this work. And as I said, this work started with our look at high school and making things a little bit more useful and engaging for our high school students. But in 2026, we're going to continue the story with a new publication called Focal Points. And in this publication, we will take the cross-cutting concepts and the mathematical and statistical processes and actually show the entire pre-K through high school alignment to those two concepts so that we are actually thinking about providing all of our students with an opportunity to truly revitalize that experience. And as educators, we can reimagine the experience. So I know I've said a lot in a short period of time. I hope I haven't use my time that I was allotted, but I definitely want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share these ideas with you. And just thank you for just planning time just to talk about and engage in mathematics. So I will stop at this time and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Latrinda, for outstanding presentation that give us so much information about reimagining and revitalizing mathematics so can be used by everyone or can be understood by everyone. Now we are proceed to question and answer session. To all participants, you can type your question in chat box or you can directly pose your question by press the raise hand. Okay, I give the floor to all participants who join in this Zoom meeting to pose the question to Ms. Latrenda. Seems like someone has provided the answer for the problem that about the cube in the chat box.
Oh, let me see. Yes, someone did solve the problem early on. Teachers like to solve math problems. It's always a good day when you get to do a little math, right? Mm. Let's see.
If I may, maybe I would like to pose a question.
Yes, sir.
In the beginning of your presentation, you said that some people consider math is important and some people don't. let's say for those who struggle or who focus on linguistics, how to make mathematics is important for them. Let's say aside from the logical skills, how to make mathematics important for those who, let's say, don't use mathematics frequently in their activities or their class. Let's say for linguistics. Okay,
Mhm.
that's my question.
Okay. So that's a great question because a lot of times I do find myself around people who say, "Oh, I just don't have any opportunities to use math." And so sometimes even with the adults, I'll ask them, "I want you to make a list of everything you've done today. Just make a list." And then we go back and we start to look at the list, and then I start asking questions. Well, tell me, how did you do this? What did you do to do this? And then start pointing out, well, you use math to do this. You made a model, you did something with measurement, you had to actually go back and use a scale to figure out how big this was, how small it was. And so I think a lot of times, I know when I was a kid in school back in the dark ages, sometimes when teachers taught math, they just talked about numbers on a page, but they never connected it to like real life activities and real things that people are doing. Like when I think about even when someone is mixing paint or mixing some type of chemical to do work around the house, you usually have to think about having a certain ratio of this amount of this media and then another amount of this one to actually mix it correctly to make it work. So you're using math because if you don't understand that you need to have this amount of paint and this amount of water or whatever those things are you need to mix, you're going to not get it right. And if that's your job, you won't be very good at it because you'll mess it up all the time. And so, really having people think about daily activities, things they do on a regular basis. And that's where I like to talk to teachers to think about how can you bring that relevance to the classroom experience. One of my favorite things to do is especially in like, well, it doesn't necessarily have to happen middle and high school, but in where I am, most times organized sports that take place at the school level take place in like middle and high school, not necessarily at elementary schools. And to talk to students who are engaged in sports and have them talk about what they're doing and think about all of the high level complex mathematical thinking they're doing to actually participate in those sporting activities. So it's something that's relevant to them, that makes sense to them. And then they begin to see, oh, it's not a mystery. I actually do like it. I just didn't realize I was doing it. That's like one approach I've used to help students and sometimes teachers so that they feel a little bit more comfortable with teaching math.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Latendra, for the answer.
Thank you. Okay, and I think I probably should stop sharing so somebody else can share, right?
Someone has provided the answer in chat box. Let's see.
Okay,
Okay, maybe you can directly answer as
let's
asking
see.
pose the question to Ms. Latren. Just
Let's see.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, based on your experience and what kind of situation will you use different approach to involve real math into learning activities in class? Well, was that your question, sir?
yes, yes. Is that the
Okay.
question?
Okay. Well, I think I try to do it as often as possible actually, because I find that I just remember how so many times maybe I had educators who didn't show how these things actually were used in the real world, like how algebra is used every day, and we don't know we're using algebra, and all of the geometry we use, and just there's a reason. Ratios are not just something on a page. Like I have to use that in cooking. I have to use that if my pest control guy is using ratios to mix up the formulas he's using, to come to my house to make sure I don't, have, any little creepy crawlies or whatever hanging outside and things like that. And even like with plants and planting, so I find when I think of it that way, things are just so much more relevant and it makes sense. And I feel like it gives me a purpose, for doing it, so I think as many times as you can, and maybe get the kids to brainstorm, okay, how do you think this is used in the real world? Let's see how many people can come up with how it's used, and let's challenge ourselves to come up with that, because that's what they say. One of my favorite things is to go and ask kids to tell me, like, what do you want to see in math class or whatever. And they're really honest, whatever, So, they're really honest, and they don't just want the answers and want people to let them play. Actually, a month ago, I spent time in middle school all day asking that question. And there's like, we want to do the work without the teacher telling us. We want to try it out first and then ask questions. And so the teacher was like, kind of had her feelings hurt a little. And I was like, no, it's okay. They're telling you that they really want to put in the work. They're not, hurting your feelings. They're just saying that they really want to be actively involved. I
Okay,
don't know if
thank
that answers.
yes, thank you very much for the
Yes, sir.
answer that you provide. Okay, seems like we have no more questions, so I thank you very much for share your idea with us today. We have so many information that enlighten our horizon about the importance of mathematics, how to reimagining and revitalizing mathematics, that everyone can understand and can feel that math is very important in daily life. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Latrenda.
you.
And
Thank you.
maybe we take a moment for photo session with the audience. Well, please give applause to Ms. Latrenda Knighton.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
And
Thank you.
we will display your certificate of appreciation as keynote speaker in this conference. And I will send it to your email.
Okay, thank you. And I can send you some additional pieces from those things that are referenced that were on that website. High
Yes,
School Reimagine. I can send
yes.
those to, well, actually, if you go, you know what, I'm gonna pull up the link, and I'll put the link in the chat box so everybody can get to it, is what I'll do.
Okay, about your the file of your presentation. Okay. So maybe you can share in the chat box the link that we can have it also. Thank you. And maybe we take a moment for photo session. Please, everyone, turn on your camera so we will have photo session with Miss Latrenda Knighton. Please smile, please. Okay, everyone. Cheers. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Latrenda, for today's session with us. Look forward to see you again in other occasion or another conference. We really appreciate for your contribution with us today. Okay, I will continue this conference for the second keynote speaker. But before we continue with the second keynote speaker, I'm asking to all participants, please, we use this opportunity, this valuable moment to gain more knowledge from the keynote speaker. So please provide more questions as much as possible. Okay, all participants, now we continue our session with the second keynote speaker, Associate Professor Kin Eng Chin, PhD, from Murdoch University. Good morning, Dr. Kin. Thank you. How are you?
Good, Dr. Dharma. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, very clear. Thank you
Thank you.
for accepting our invitation. And we are happy to have you with us. Before addressing your presentation, I would like to introduce you in briefly. For everyone, Associate Professor Dr. Kin Eng Chin is a lecturer at School of Education in Murdoch University. He got his PhD from University of Warwick in United Kingdom in mathematics education. And his field of expertise is on mathematical thinking and cognition and mathematical learning difficulties, and also curriculum pedagogy. The topic that he will address today is rethinking the roles of mathematics educators in the age of artificial intelligence. Dr. Kin, you have 45 minutes to address your presentation and the rest 15 minutes for question and answer session. Please, the line is yours.
Thank you. I will just share my screen now before I start my presentation. Okay, share my screen. Allow to share window. Okay. First of all, can you see my screen now? Can everyone see my screen? Oh, good.
Yes.
Okay. Right, so then I will start my session now. So good morning, good afternoon, or even good evening, everyone. So thank you for joining me today. I'm Associate Professor Kin Eng Chin. I'm from the School of Education, Murdoch University, Australia. The topic of my presentation is rethinking the roles of mathematics educators in the age of artificial intelligence, or AI. Right, let's get started. So as an introduction, we are seeing a rapid rise in AI tools that are directly influencing maths education, from intelligent tutoring system to AI-generated explanations. The way we teach and learn is shifting. So in this session, I will explore how AI is affecting the teaching, learning, and assessment of mathematics. As you can see here, I've just simply provide you with some examples of AI tools that we probably use frequently. So we have ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and also Copilot. Of course, other than these three AI tools, we have other AI tools. So the goal of this session is not to argue whether we should or should not use AI, but our aim is to think critically and constructively about how we move forward with the rise of AI, in particular maths education. So traditionally, mathematics educators have been seen as content experts and facilitators of thinking. Now, we have tools like, for example, ChatGPT can instantly solve problems and explain steps. This challenges our roles and responsibilities. So how do we actually respond to these changes while preserving the essence of mathematics education? As we can see here, AI has actually we have a variety of AI tools, and these tools help with grading, providing feedback, and even generating lesson content. Some can even act as personal tutors for students. This brings opportunities for scale and efficiency, but also prompts us to reconsider how do we define good teaching. Right. Well, let's look at AI, how AI impact our teaching. So AI has the potential to support teaching by handling like routine tasks or offering scaffolding to students. It could free up teachers to focus
Dr.
on.
Kim, your slide is
Yep.
freezing. I'm sorry, your slide is freezing. I'm sorry.
Freezing. Can you see?
Freezing.
Is it moving? Okay. Right.
Okay.
Is it moving?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. That's good. Okay. So you can see here, AI has the potential to support teaching by handling routine tasks or offering scaffolding to students. And then this could free up teachers to focus on deeper engagement. But in order to use AI effectively, teachers must rethink their instructional roles, ensuring that technology is aligned with sound pedagogy. So a lot of teachers nowadays perceive that probably in the future, the AI will replace human teachers, because a lot of people believe that, well, AI can do a better job and AI has a broader knowledge base. So, but in fact, that is untrue. In fact, with AI becoming more capable, the role of maths teachers or maths educator is shifting rather than disappearing. So AI definitely can handle like computation, provide instant feedback, and even suggest multiple solution pathways. But human teachers bring insight, context, and motivation. And later on, I will use some particular example to illustrate and to exemplify my points. So, well, as a teacher, you see, with the emergence of AI, we should become a facilitator of deep understanding. So in this context, teachers guide students to connect concepts or to make connections. And as an effective teachers, we should be able to identify misconceptions that our students have, and actually to help students to develop flexible thinking. Not only that, the other role of a teacher is actually to become a contextualizer. So in this case, well, AI can solve an equation, but teacher can provide a context and why that equation, such as like models population in growth in biology or even in finance. And not only that, a teacher should be a critical thinking mentor. And later on, I'm going to use examples to demonstrate this particular point. AI cannot lacks of empathy and cannot inspire or respond to students' frustration. So maths teachers motivate students, build confidence, and create learning communities. So in short, AI can take over routine calculation and procedural tasks, but maths teachers focus on deep conceptual understanding, critical thinking, creativity, and human connections. So this skill set of a maths teacher is becoming more about guiding learning, fostering reasoning, and mentoring than just delivering content. So let's look at one example now. So for example, if let's say now I would like to teach the multiplication of two-digit numbers. So probably as a teacher, you may want to refer to AI and ask ChatGPT on how to teach multiplication of two-digit numbers. So I asked ChatGPT about this and said, well, tell me how to teach the multiplication of two-digit numbers using visual. And then, as you can see in this slide, and it mentioned that, well, if ChatGPT proposed to use the area model or box method. And the example that provided by ChatGPT is, let's say you want to multiply 23 times 15. Well, and then if you look at it, the box method is something like this, okay? So probably I can further enlarge that. Well, in order to compute 23 times 15 by using the area model or the box method, well, essentially you are using these rectangles to organize the parts of the number so that we can break multiplication into easier chunks. In this case, this rectangular shape acts as a multiplication organizer.
I'm sorry, Dr.
How,
Kim. I'm sorry
Yep.
for interrupting again. Your
Yep.
presentation is still freezing. Maybe you can press on slideshow so we can the presentation is can run normally. Sorry, because still freezing.
Still
Maybe you can
freezing.
use the feature slideshow and
Okay, I use the feature slideshow. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. You see, so let me have a look. Yes, I'm using slideshow. Can you see?
yes, we can see.
Is it
Yes,
okay?
but it's on the mode presenter view, so maybe you can,
Is it running?
maybe you haven't clicked yet the slideshow. Oh, you have
Slideshow. I've already clicked the slide. Okay, hold on. I click screen sharing. Okay. Let me hold. Yeah, I've already clicked the slideshow. Is it running? Can you see my slides?
Yes, you can see your
I'm using slideshow now. Is it running?
still running. It's in the presenter view, so in the mode presenter view, maybe.
Presenter view?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Use presenter view. Hold on. Sorry about this. Okay, presenter view. Yes, I'm using presenter view now.
Okay.
Can you see my screen? Is it running? No?
Yes, we can see your screen. Okay, it's still
Okay.
running. Okay.
Oh, good?
Continue. Yeah, good.
Okay, right. So now I'm just talking, just to reiterate my points just now, how to use AI, how AI impacts our teaching. So let's say now I give you a scenario. You would like to get an idea on how to teach the multiplication of two-digit numbers, you use AI and you just ask AI, well, please tell me how to teach the multiplication of two-digit numbers using visual. As you can see here, you got a response from the ChatGPT saying that, well, you can use the area model or box method. In this case, AI provided an example like multiplication, multiply 23 times 15. And ChatGPT suggested to use the area model or box method. So, well, based on this method, well, you can see that actually we use rectangles to organize the parts of the number so that we can break multiplication into easier chunks. So in this case, we can see that we use this rectangle as a multiplication organizer, okay, so that you can compute the answer. So eventually, in order to get 23 times 15, what you need to do is you need to add up, you need to add 200 and then add 30, add 100 and add 15 together. Well, seems all right to this, but as an experienced maths educators, there's a problem with this particular method. Well, because this method will confuse students with the concept of areas as no unit length is involved. As we can see here, if you are looking at this rectangle, the learners may tend to think that are we finding the area of these rectangles? So we tend to get confused in this case. And then what we can do is, well, I commented on this particular method, and here you can see that, well, AI, ChatGPT agrees with me by saying that, well, I see exactly what you mean. You are right. Students often struggle with the area analogy if there's no tangible unit length. In that case, it's better to use visuals that directly represent quantity and grouping rather than abstract area. So you can see that actually AI will not tell you the problems with this particular method, but is the job and the roles of an experienced teacher and knowledgeable teacher to sense these changes of mathematical meaning. In fact, well, this area model or array model actually relates to the problematic difference between counting and measuring. And after saying that the area model is problematic, then ChatGPT suggested us to use this 23 times 15 as repeated addition. For example, now you can see here, you have 23 packs of clips, each pack with 15 clips. So that means you have 23 lots of 15. You can add 15 for 23 times. However, as a very good teacher, you must be able to sense the changes of mathematical meanings. And here, it relates to counting and measurement. So in counting, we collect individual objects into collections and count those collections. Multiplication arises from taking collections of equal size. So 3 times 5 can represent three collections each with 5 objects. Whereas in measurement, multiplications depends on the particular context in which it occurs. So if we measure lengths, then multiplying lengths gives an area. And more generally, multiplication of measurement involving units of different kinds that can give a composite unit. If one unit, let's say, is a constant speed, say like kilometers per hour, and another unit is time, say hours, then the product of speed times time is actually a distance. All these different real-world embodiments complicate the practical situation. So that's why in the previous slide, I mentioned about that a good teacher is actually a contextualizer, and we should be able to sense the problematic difference between counting and measuring, which AI will not provide you with this explanation. So this is more intuitive, where you have 23 times 15 as repeated addition. And for this box method or area method, this can potentially confuse students with the concept of area. And let's look at how AI impact our learning, you see. So students use AI tools for homework help and explanations. So while this offers personalized learning and instant support, it can also lead to over dependence. So we must ask, are students still thinking deeply, or are they developing real understanding or just copying? And the other thing is how AI impacts assessment. So AI can now solve many types of math questions. That means traditional tests may no longer reflect a student's actual understanding. We may need to move toward assessments that emphasize reasoning, conceptual understanding, and process over product. So now I'm going to give you a scenario where you can analyze a situation by using an AI tool such as ChatGPT. So now I provide ChatGPT with a situation. So in this case, the situation is a teacher taught equivalence fractions in a math lesson. He brought 2 cakes to the classroom. He cut the first cake with 1 cut, resulting 2 equal parts. Then he cut the second cake with 2 cuts, resulting 4 equal parts. Following that, he explained that 1/2 equals to 2/4 by using the cakes. However, some students responded that they didn't understand the concept and couldn't see how they were equivalent. So I asked ChatGPT explain why some of the students didn't understand the concept. Well, okay, so yeah, sorry, I think Dr. Tama mentioned that my slide is not working. So let me see. Can you see my screen now? I probably just reshare it. I don't know why. How to share screen. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen. Okay, I
It
think
should.
yeah,
Is it working now?
yes. I think that one is
Okay, right. Okay, so is it working? If it's not working, let me know. Okay, sorry about that, you see, yeah. So, okay, so I just want to reiterate how we can use ChatGPT to analyze a scenario. Let's say you give a situation to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to analyze this scenario. So for example, you have a teacher taught equivalent fractions in a maths lesson. The teacher brought 2 cakes into the classroom, and then he cut the first cake with 1 cut, resulting 2 equal parts. And he cut the second cake with 2 cuts, resulting 4 equal parts. Following that, the teacher explained 1/2 equals to 2/4 by using the cakes. And then, however, some students responded that they didn't understand the concept and couldn't see how they were equivalent. So I asked ChatGPT explain why some of the students didn't understand the concept. If you look at this particular slide, you will see that, well, ChatGPT provided some reasons of why students may not have understood. So for example, it says, well, lack of explicit connection between the two cakes. The teacher used two separate cakes. And then ChatGPT also mentioned that, well, the students probably focus on the number of pieces instead of relative size, misinterpretation of fairness and sharing, difficulty with abstraction. So, well, it seems quite reasonable to say this. However, if we look closely, this is, let's say, it's the cake, or even you can think it of like it's a pizza, you see. You have the first cake, you cut one time, resulting two equal pieces. And then the second cake, you cut two times, and then resulting four equal pieces. So in terms of procedure, think about in terms of procedure, they are different. The first cake you cut one time, take one piece. The second cake you cut two times and take two pieces. So, well, you can see that the procedure, in terms of procedure, they are different. In terms of the effect of taking one piece from the first cake and taking two pieces from the second, they are the same. So in the case of fractions, several different procedures of sharing that have the same effect are called equivalent fractions. So in this sense, we have 1/2 and 2/4. They are equivalent. But by saying they are equivalent, we are actually implicitly suggesting that they are not the same. Okay, as procedures, they are certainly not the same. The first divides something, say, a cake into two equal pieces and takes one, and the second divides into four pieces and takes two equal pieces, you see. So they are different as a sequence of actions, and they produce different they are different as a sequence of actions, and they produce different results. One has one piece and the other has two smaller ones. But the quantity of the cake that is produced is the same in both cases. When the two equivalent fractions are marked on a number line, they are marked at a single point. So what I'm trying to say is that as fractions, they are different but equivalent. But if you think that as rational numbers, they are the same. That means if you try to represent them as points on the number line, they are actually situated as the same point on the number line. Okay, so when we talk about rational numbers, we are referring to the quantity or magnitude that the fraction represents, not the specific procedure used to obtain it. So now I would like to talk about the human element, you see. We all know that actually AI lacks human element in it. So in this case, what is important is that when we make sense of mathematics, it's important about making connections. We need to connect our students with their prior knowledge, and teachers will need to have the pedagogical knowledge. And not only that, the teachers will need to have different kind of intelligence, for example, like relational intelligence, because teachers build human connections. Not only that, teachers will also need the contextual intelligence, which means teachers adapt their teaching based on the class background, environment, and current events. And of course, teachers will need to have the pedagogical intelligence, which means that teachers will need to have a deep understanding of how children learn at different stages. Well, right. So let's look at one particular example. See, for example, when making sense of maths, we will need to connect to our prior experience and to a new context. And let's see if you would like to, let's say you you would like to understand whether mathematics is coherent or not, you can try to ask this question by using ChatGPT. So, well, you can see that, if you ask ChatGPT, ChatGPT will say, well, mathematics is a coherent system of interconnected ideas, logically structured from basic definitions and axioms to complex theorems. So, well, this is from ChatGPT. However, a very good teacher understands the learning trajectory of learners, you see. So I argue that mathematics is not coherent by using repeated addition as an example. The point that I'm making here is that if you think about multiplication as repeated addition, when we first introduced multiplication in year 2, we introduced multiplication as repeated addition. But when we extend this operation to other systems of numbers, you see, such as like multiplication of fractions, can we still interpret the multiplication of fractions? In this case, can we still interpret the multiplication symbol as repeated addition when involving fractions? So no, that is incorrect. You cannot interpret multiplication of fractions as repeated addition. So that's why, from the learner's point of view, mathematics, it seems like it's not very coherent. But the point is, if you just ask ChatGPT about this, it will just say, well, it's coherent. So as a teacher, we need to be able to contextualize this and explaining why mathematics is not coherent by using the concepts that students learn. Okay, so in the previous keynote session, we talk about sense making in mathematics. So as you can see here, according to the National Council of Teacher Mathematics, NCTM 2009, sense making may be considered as developing understanding of a situation, context, or concept by connecting it with existing knowledge or previous experience. So building on this, you can see that if you use AI, it's quite impossible to connect to the previous experience of all the learners. We as a teacher should be able to do this in the classroom because we understand where our students coming from, what they have learned previously, and building on what they have learned previously to make sense of new concepts. So in this case, I suggest you to use a framework in order to understand the process of mathematics sense making. This is a framework developed by me. So this framework is known as the supportive and problematic conceptions. So I believe one of the ultimate aims in maths education is to support students' sense making in mathematics, you see. So we support students' sense making by creating opportunities for them to actively construct meaning, draw connections between new concepts and prior knowledge. So in this case, when students, let's say here, based on this framework, when we engage in the mathematics sense-making process, this will involve supportive conceptions and problematic conceptions. So what are supportive conceptions? So as you can see here, supportive conceptions are conceptions that work in an old context and continue to work in a new context. So I am focusing on the connections. Take, for instance, the conceptions of adding two numbers will yield a bigger number. This conception might develop when learners work in the context of whole numbers. When learners move to the context of positive integers, this conception is still valid. So we can say that, well, this is a supportive conception because it originates from whole numbers, context, and is still valid when we move to the context of positive integers. However, when learners move to the context of negative integers, then the conceptions of adding two numbers will yield a bigger number is not valid anymore. Therefore, in this case, this conception may be regarded as a problematic conception in the context of negative numbers. So, is this the whole story? Not really, you see. It's far more complex than that. So, within a problematic conception, it may contain supportive aspects. On the other hand, a supportive conception might also contain problematic aspects. So let's go back to the previous example that we talked just now. And as you can see here, in the previous example, we talk about 23 times 15, okay, if you still remember that example. So for that particular example, we have 23 packs of paper clips with 15 clips in each bag. This means you need to repeatedly add 15 for 23 times to get the answer, as you get 345 clips, okay? So this is one scenario. If you have another scenario, say a measurement problems, let's say, now you have a rectangular shape. You need to find the area of this rectangular shape with length 23 meters and width 15 meters. So for this particular situation, you still use the same operation, which is multiplication. So in this case, 23 meters times 15 meters, you will get 345 square meters. So, well, in terms of meaning for these two particular situations, one is the paperclip, another one is the measurement problem. In terms of meaning, they change, okay? But in terms of operation, they are the same. So you may consider this is a problematic conception because you might say, well, there is a change of mathematical meaning, okay? However, there is a supportive aspect within this problematic conception, which is the operation aspect. You still use the same multiplication to operate in these two situations. You may also say, well, this is a supportive conception because I'm focusing on the operation. Across these two different scenarios, I use the same operation, but there is a problematic aspect, which is the change of mathematical meanings. So essentially, the overall framework that I'm trying to say is that when we make sense of mathematics, that will involve supportive conception and problematic conception. Supportive conception means you enlarge the supportive aspect and you suppress those problematic things. And for a problematic conception, you still have supportive aspects, but you enlarge the problematic aspect and you suppress the supportive aspects. So this is the overall framework that I'm suggesting. So, well, another thing about using AI is AI reflects user expertise, okay? So I use, as you can see here, garbage in, garbage out. So AI depends on the input that you provided. A knowledgeable student will use AI to deepen understanding. An unprepared one may actually use it to bypass learning. So AI magnifies knowledge or ignorance is not a substitute for critical thinking. So let's look at one example here. Well, let's say I want to have a conversation with AI and ask what are the characteristics of mathematics, you see. So I ask AI, what are the characteristics of mathematics? As you can see here, the ChatGPT provided with me with a list of distinct characteristics of mathematics. It says, well, mathematics is abstract, it's logical, it's precise and abstract, it's precise and exact, and so on, you see. Well, as an experienced maths educators, you might argue that, well, I would say probably mathematics is not necessarily abstract because we can embody some of the ideas by using physical objects. Well, and then you can see that suddenly AI will just change the response and say, you are absolutely right, mathematics is often abstract, but not necessarily so. So you can say, well, in this case, we can embody multiplication as equal groups. We can use fractions, circles, or strips or folded paper to help learners see the part-whole relationships. We can even use boards or 3D solids to allow students to construct shapes, you see. So the point that I'm making here is that with AI, when using AI, it requires the user to have a deeper content knowledge in the subject that we are teaching. And not only that, we can also argue that maths is not precise and it is ambiguous. So in this case, well, you may just say, well, for example, like 1 + 1 = 2. In this case, for this mathematical equation, it involves the addition process, and it is also the concept of sum. So, and then you can see how ChatGPT responded. That is a very important point. Mathematics is often presented as precise and unambiguous, but when you look closely, especially in teaching and learning, it can actually be ambiguous, context dependent, and open to multiple interpretation. So what I'm trying to say is that, well, in order to thrive in AI-rich world, students actually need more than just content knowledge. They need to think critically, question the outputs, and understand the limitations of technology. This means we as educators must also evolve, updating our pedagogy priorities. So over-reliance of risk of over-reliance. So when we use ChatGPT, there is a potential of over-reliance on AI, and this can diminish students' own mathematical reasoning. Misconception may be reinforced if AI is used uncritically. And also we need to remember that not all students have equal access or digital literacy skills to use AI effectively. So the point that I'm making here is that, well, we need to embrace a balanced approach. Remember, AI is as a tool, but not replacement. A balanced approach means using AI as a complement, not a replacement for good teaching. We can use AI for practice or feedback, while teachers can focus on conceptual discussions and collaborative learning. In some cases, AI may serve as a teaching assistant, but students will need teachers to help them create a bridge between prior knowledge, new knowledge, and shared knowledge. So teachers must actually tell students to be very skeptical about AI results, especially about the unique challenges of using tools that have been trained on biased database. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Let's give applause to Dr. Kin and Chin. Thank you very much, Dr. Kin, for valuable presentation that give us so much information regarding the roles of mathematics educators in the age of AI. Now we continue to question and answer session. To all participants, you can pose your questions directly to the keynote speaker, to Dr. Kin, or you can type your question in chat box. And seems like I haven't seen any question in chat box. So, oh yeah, there is one question from Juan Taluku. What is your response if students use AI not to support their thinking process, but merely to complete their assignment? Yeah, it's one of
Okay.
students. Please,
Yeah,
Dr. Kin.
thank you, Juan Taluku, for your questions. So so your question is, what is your response if students use AI not to support the thinking process, but merely to complete the assignments? Well, it's not useful if we use AI just to complete the assignments, because there will be no actual learning in doing that assignment. So what I suggest we as maths educators to do is that you need to actually create assignments that can mitigate. Probably you need to create authentic assessment that requires students to use their own experience to actually complete that assignment, you see. So it is not helpful that the students only use the AI to do assignment without actually using their own thinking to complete it. So there is no learning. So I would say that is not good at all. So as a maths educator, we need to formulate assignments that is authentic and require students to use their own experience to to complete their assignments. And we have another question from Ika. So are traditional exams like multiple choice or short answers still valid for assessing math skills in the age of AI? What kind of alternative assessments are AI proof? So if we are talking about traditional exams, for example, like we are having the paper and pencil exams in the exam hall, that is still possible, of course, you see, because when students go into the exam hall, they cannot use mobile phone, they cannot use computer. So I would say that is still a valid assessment. So, what kind of alternative assessment are AI proof? Nowadays, we have actually used like an eye tracking system. For example, when students complete their exam online, they need to switch on their screen, and there's an eye tracking system to see whether the students are looking at the screen or whether the students are referring to other things, you see. So, well, I would say in terms of alternative assessment, like I mentioned before, you need to create assessments that will require students to use their own experience to actually complete the assignment, not something that like, what is 23 times 15? And then you just ask the students to complete that. There's no reasoning at all in that particular context. Not only that, we can also use AI, the responses from AI, as a kind of assessment. For example, okay, you can use your conversation, or you can use the output from AI and then put it as a kind of task and ask students to critically comment on those responses. For example, like just now, I asked ChatGPT about what are the characteristics of mathematics. AI give you a list of characteristics, and then you ask your students to comment on these characteristics, and then see students whether they can critically comment on those things. For example, like, well, some students might say, I don't agree with this particular thing. Mathematics is not abstract because I can use physical objects to embody some of the maths ideas, you see. So there are various things that we can do. We can also use the responses from AI as a kind of assessment. We have another question from Nu Melita. So as AI becomes increasingly sophisticated in solving mathematical problems, how can we aspired maths educators design assignments and assessment that encourage critical thinking, creativity, and deep conception, and rather than simply searching for answers. So, well, what you need to do is you need to elicit the process of getting the solutions, okay, rather than just the output. So, for example, instead of asking the questions like what is 23 times 15, you can potentially ask questions like, how did your student get their answer in that computation? Explain their thinking, ask them to provide alternate ways of that particular thinking, ask them to contextualize that particular mathematical expression, and so on, you see. So what I'm trying to say is that you are not just encouraging the students to give you the output, but also you want to actually determine the process of getting that particular output and try to see how, that process of thinking got any flaws or not. When using AI such as ChatGPT, it is important to consider the ethics of AI, okay? What are the ethical limitations of using ChatGPT in maths education, particularly in relation to data privacy and integrity of learning process? Well, I think a lot of university is still developing their own policy in using AI. The way I think about it is that, well, remember in the older days when we don't have AI, we ask friends, we ask teachers about things, how to solve these things, you see. Well, think of AI as a teacher or a peer that you can refer to. So when you ask ChatGPT, you ask ChatGPT how to solve or things like that, but you don't ask, for example, like when you do an assignment and you don't know how to do that, you can ask for advice from ChatGPT, but you don't ask ChatGPT to write the assignment for you. Okay, just like in the older days when you don't have ChatGPT and you don't understand something, you find a friend, you find a teacher and ask for advice and guidance. It's like now you don't refer to your teacher, probably you can ask ChatGPT, but you don't ask ChatGPT to actually do everything for you. And this will diminish your thinking. So to me, the point that I'm making here is that you can ask for advice from ChatGPT, but you don't ask ChatGPT to write up the assignment for you and to write up the thesis for you. Okay? So that's how I think about it. Just think of like an analogy or a metaphor. A ChatGPT is like a teacher that you can refer to. But remember, when you ask a teacher, you will definitely not asking the teacher to write up the assignment for you. So that is the kind of situation, you see. But of course, in terms of data privacy, that is another thing, you see, because you will have a digital trail. Once you ask questions, your questions will remain in that ChatGPT. That is another issue. Last time when you refer to a teacher or you ask advice from a teacher, you have no such problems as long as the teachers does not tell anyone about this issue. So that is another part, another issues with ChatGPT, which is about data privacy. And we are still developing policy regarding this. Well, how that teachers can combine AI into learning without making students completely rely to AI. So that's a own thoughts. Well, what you can do is that, well, if students use AI, okay, to complete something, you can ask the students, well, nowadays we have students use AI, and then what you, as a teacher, you will ask your student to explicitly mention that. For example, in developing this assignment, I use AI to blah, blah, blah. You use AI to what? So, which means that in producing your work, we ask students to explicitly inform us how you use AI to develop this assignment, make that explicit. But of course, when asking students to develop assignments and they are allowed to use AI, we also set boundaries on how they can use AI to develop that. But of course, you see, if everyone is using AI, you can see there is a pattern of response. Everyone is producing similar response. And you can see that a good student can actually critically analyze the response provided by AI, but not blindly accepting the response from AI. So that means when a student can critically analyze the response from AI, that means there are some sorts of critical thinking happen in that space. So I currently teach AI as maths learning media. Do you have any recommended books or strategies on how to teach it? Well, I don't have a book to recommend you in this case. Well, my belief is that if you want to use AI in maths learning, you need to critically engage with the responses from AI. Don't blindly accept the responses from AI. Critically analyze AI. For example, like the example that I provided to you just now, how to teach multiplication of two-digit numbers. AI will just give you like to use the area method or the box method. You as a teacher should be able to sense what are the issues of using that particular method. For example, in that case, that will confuse students about area. And as a critical user of AI, as an experienced maths educator, you can see that this relates to the problematic difference between counting and measurement. That is a deep reflection. Okay, so what you want to do is when you use AI, you want students to be able to critically engage with the responses provided by AI. Think about what are the issues with that suggestion. Think about what are the problems with that suggestion. Okay. How can we use AI in learning without losing the essential struggle that is important for building a deep understanding? Well, it's all about connections. As I mentioned in my slide, it's the human element, sense-making process, and critical thinking. We, as a human, for example, like nowadays, we use the same, let's say you use a textbook, you provide the same materials to all the students. And surprisingly, when you test your students, you will get a divergence of performance. Although, for example, like now I'm in a classroom, I'm teaching 100 students. I say the same things to all the students. Everybody is listening to the same presentation. You are looking at the same screen, but when I test, when I like conduct a test, everyone will give you slightly different responses. You will have a divergence of a spectrum of performance. Why this happens? Because when I say something to you, you will interpret by using your own knowledge and prior experience. So that is the connections, you see. Everyone, when they interpret, they use their own connections. So this connection, they are different from each students will have different connections. So what I'm trying to say is that in order to build deep understanding, you must be able to make connections between different things. For example, you see, multiplication as repeated addition in year 2. And then when you go to year 4 or year 5, you can see, well, multiplications of fractions, it is not repeated addition anymore. So why I can make this reflection is all about the connections. It's all about that connections that you can make. In order to build a deep understanding, what you need to do is to build that connections and it's about the process of sense making. So that's why I mentioned about making connections, okay? So the essential struggle is that try to make the connection as deep as possible and try to make as many connections as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for providing answers for all questions in chat box. as you mentioned previously in the beginning of your presentation, that the aims of your presentation is not to argue whether the AI is important or not, but how to use it wisely. That is my resume about your presentation, and also the answer that you provide to all questions in chat box. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. And
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about for the technical glitch just now. I'm sorry about the slide is freezing, so sorry about that. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay, Dr. Kim.
Yeah.
We will provide the certificate of appreciation for your contribution as keynote speaker. Please. Okay, to all participants, please turn on your camera. We will take a photo session with Dr. Kim. One. Okay, be ready. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay. Once again. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Kim Ching, for accepting our invitation as well as attending and participate in the conference today. Look forward to see you again in other occasion and other conference and so on. Thank you, Dr. Kim.
Thank you. Thank you.
And maybe I would like to, maybe you can provide the slide, the presentation to us. Maybe you can send through email or provide in the chat.
Sure.
box. Okay.
Yeah, I'll send through email. No problem at all. Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Kim.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll leave it back to the host.
Dear Honorable ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next agenda, which is lunch break. For participants joining the virtually, you may take this time to rest and refresh yourself before the next session begins. The conference will continue at 1 p.m. Eastern Indonesian Time with plenary session 3. Thank you.
Switzerland van Maluku, dari seram sampai buru, beta selalu rindu. Ambon Nederland en Belize zo mooi, er is liefde diep in mijn hart bewaard. Van Banda tot Kei, zo prachtig te neembaar, Arus sampai Baradaya, alles eenmaal Hukumannisse. Ik bid voor jou, dag en nacht, Tanah Maluku, Tanah Bela en Gandong, land van 1000 eilanden, satu Gandong, dari Seram, semua Kenderuan tua maman, tot letar, wajahmu selalu terbayang, yang bisa hilang di dalam dada. Suara Tifa en Toto Buang, van het strand tot aan de bergen, katong semua zingen lagu rindu. Beta rindu kampung jauh di sana, kokus palmen dansen lenso bergoyang. De oostelijke wind brengt jou naar pun cinta for you selamanya. pulau kecil di timur Nusantara, tempatku melukis cerita. Pesonamu, damaimu ku rasakan, tak akan pernah ku lupakan. Oh, oh. Angin pantai dan daun yang menari, pasir putih tempatku berlari, tak lupa di benakku indah senyumanmu, oleh sio sayangi. My paradise, tetaplah melangkah, kobarkan semangatmu. My paradise, tetaplah bersinar, pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku. My paradise, my paradise, oh, my paradise, oh, tetaplah pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku.
Molukas, Molukan, Maluku, pasir putih, biru laut, hijau gunung. Tanpa beta lahir ada Bela, ada Gando. Tanah raja-raja, pulau ibu, beta ajak dong semua datang ke Maluku.
Sadap, nona pun senang. Bahela dengar kabar, rasa hati ingin pulang. Kemana, di mana, mau cari akan semua. Di bumi siwa lima, Nusa Ina Ama.
Negeri seribu pulau, terbentang di atas biru lautan. Ikan bakar colo-colo, sagu katon jadi satu. Tifa kuli biar berbunyi, satukan barisan.
Aroma cengkeh pala kain berang di kepala. Ambowina is my city, from East Indonesia. Beta Maluku, hingga tutup mata. Beta Maluku, lau mena haulala.
Angin pantai dan daun yang menari, pasir putih tempatku berlari, tak lupa di benakku indah senyumanmu, oleh sio sayangi. My paradise, tetaplah melangkah, kobarkan semangatmu. My paradise, tetaplah bersinar, pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku. Maluku. My paradise. kecil di timur Nusantara, tempatku melukis cerita. Pesonamu, damaimu ku rasakan, tak akan pernah ku lupakan. Oh, oh. Angin pantai dan daun yang menari, pasir putih tempatku berlari. Tak lupa di benakku indah senyumanmu, oleh sio sayangi. My paradise, tetaplah melangkah, kobarkan semangatmu. My paradise, tetaplah bersinar, pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku. My paradise, my paradise, oh, my paradise, oh, tetaplah pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku.
Molukas, Moluken, Maluku, pasir putih, biru laut, hijau gunung. Tanpa beta lahir ada Pela, ada Gando. Tanah raja-raja, pulau ibu, beta ajak dong semua datang ke Maluku.
Sadap, nona pun senang. Bahela dengar kabar, rasa hati ingin pulang. Kemana, di mana, mau cari akan semua. Di bumi Siwalima, Nusa Ina Ama.
Negeri seribu pulau terbentang di atas biru lautan. Ikan bakar colo-colo, sagu katon jadi satu. Tifa kuli biar bunyi, satukan barisan.
Aroma cengkeh pala kain berang di kepala Ambowina Isma City. From East Indonesia, beta Maluku hingga tutup mata. Beta Maluku lau menahau lala.
Angin pantai dan daun yang menari, pasir putih tempatku berlari. Tak lupa di benakku indah senyumanmu, oleh sio sayangi. My paradise, tetaplah melangkah, kobarkan semangatmu. My paradise, tetaplah kecil di timur Nusantara, tempatku melukis cerita. Pesonamu, damaimu ku rasakan, tak akan pernah ku lupakan. Oh, oh. Angin pantai dan daun yang menari, pasir putih tempatku berlari, tak lupa di benakku indah senyumanmu, oleh sio sayangi. My paradise, tetaplah melangkah, kobarkan semangatmu. My paradise, tetaplah bersinar, pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku. My paradise, my paradise, oh, my paradise, oh, tetaplah pancarkan cahayamu. Ayo ke Maluku.
Molukas, Moluken, Maluku, pasir putih, biru laut, hijau gunung. Tanpa beta lahir ada Pela, ada Gando. Tanah raja-raja, pulau ibu, beta ajak dong semua datang ke Maluku.
Sadap, nona pun senang. Bahela dengar kabar, rasa hati ingin pulang. Kemana, di mana, mau cari akan semua. Di bumi Siwa 5, Nusa Ina Ama.
Negeri seribu pulau, terbentang di atas biru lautan. Ikan bakar colo-colo, sagu katon jadi satu. Tifa kuli biar bunyi, satukan barisan.
Aroma cengkeh pala kain berang di kepala. Ambowina is my city. From East Indonesia, Beta Maluku hingga tutup mata. Beta Maluku lau menahau lala.
Angin pantai dan daun yang menari, pasir putih tempatku berlari, tak lupa di benakku indah senyumanmu, oleh sio sayangi. My paradise. Switzerland van Maluku, dari seram sampai buru, beta selalu rindu. Ambon Nederland en Belize zo mooi. Er is liefde diep in mijn hart bewaard. Van Banda tot Kei, zo prachtig, te nimbar, Arus sampai Baradaya. Alles eenmaal Maluku Manise. Ik bid voor jou, dag en nacht. Tanah Maluku, tanah Bella en Gandong. Land van duizend eilanden, satu Gandong. Dari Seram, semua kinderen doan tua maman. Tot we daar, wajahmu selalu terbayang. Sing bisa hilang di dalam dada. Suara Tifa en Toto Buang, van het strand tot aan de bergen. Katong semua zingen lagu rindu. Beta rindu kampung jauh di sana. Kokus palmen dansen lenso bergoyang. De oostelijke wind brengt jouw naam. Ik hoor Maluku in elke adem van de oceaan. Deze liefde zal nooit verdwijnen. Tot mijn laatste adem, Maluku blijft die hati. Oh, land van Maluku, tanah Bella dan Gandong. Land van duizend eilanden, één suara, één band. Semua kinderen doan tua mama. Tot we daar, wajahmu selalu terbayang. Beta selalu rindu. Oh, tanah Maluku. Seram, Buru, Ambon, Talis, Manise, Banda Kei, Tanimbar, Alu, Baradaya. Alles één, mijn geliefde Malukuland. Seram, Buru, Ambon, Talis, Manise, Banda Kei, Tanimbar, Alu, Baradaya. Alles één, mijn geliefde Malukuland. Beta pun cinta voor jou selamanya.
The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Third International Conference on Mathematics and Mathematics Education 2025 under the theme Deep Learning Approach in the Era of Digitalization to Strengthen Students' Mathematical Abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue the plenary session of this conference. To our moderator, Mr. Dharma Andreas Ngelawayan, MPD, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, host. All participants, we are going to proceed to the third keynote speakers. According to the schedule, Associate Professor Choi Ban Heng, PhD, will address his presentation. And I hope for those who has not joined yet, please join right now for the continuing of our session with Associate Professor Choi Ban Heng. Do we have Dr. Choi Ban Heng? Good afternoon, Dr. Choi Ban Heng. Okay, I'm sorry. I correct my statement previously. We will continue this session, plenary discussion, with Dr. Adi Nur Cahyono. Do we have Dr. Adi with us? Okay.
Yes,
Good,
good morning. And
good afternoon, good morning,
yeah,
Dr. Adi, in Semarang time. It's
yeah,
good,
yeah,
good to
yeah.
see you again, Pak Adi.
Yes, yeah. So this is online, and yeah,
Okay, how are you?
yes, yes, fine, it's good. Thank you, Pak Dharma, for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you for accepting our invitation as well as attending the conference today. Before presenting your article, I would like to introduce you in briefly. To all participants, Dr. Adi Nurchayono currently is a lecturer of at Department of Science in Semarang State University. He got his PhD in mathematics education from University of Duisburg in Essen, Germany. Dr. Adi is a mathematics educator with strong expertise in mathematical thinking, problem solving, and digital innovation in mathematics learning. He also actively involved in international research collaboration and professional development for math teacher. His field of expertise mainly in mathematics education research, in focusing on problem solving and reasoning, as well as digital and technology enhanced learning. Dr. Adi also is editorial board member in several international mathematics education journals. He also an active speaker and researcher in global STEAM and mathematics education network. The title of his presentation today is Mathematical Modeling Within STEM Trails in the Digital Era for Sustainable Future through Interdisciplinary Partnership. For Dr. Adi, the line is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dharma Andreas, and good afternoon in Maluku, and good morning in Semarang. And yeah, so nice to meet you again, and thank you for the invitations. And now we discuss about the mathematics education in the digital era. And yeah, as mentioned before, that my talk is about please wait, I will share the screens. And yeah, this is about the mathematical modelings and combining with the use of the STEM educations. And based on our focus is on the use of the materials approach. And yeah, of course, this is in the digital era based on the following the topic of our conference today. And yeah, of course, that we are trying to combining with the the idea about the interdisciplinary partnership that build our projects together, not only from one university, but also make the collaboration with other university and also the other partner from the schools and also from the other countries. And the mind's idea is about the interdisciplinary, because we are working not only about the mathematics, but also with the other disciplines such as public health, about the engineering, and about the implementation of the mathematics in sports and other disciplines. I am from Universitas Negeri Semarang, and Pak Dharma introduced me and little bit corrections that I am not from Essen, but I am from Frankfurt. But this is same from Germany. But yeah, okay, and yeah. So what we want to talk about today is about the interdisciplinary partnership, and the second is about the mathematics and sustainable development goals, and about the use of the digital tools when we are working with the modelings and mathematical modeling tasks. And our project is STEM Trails, and hopefully in the future, perhaps next years, we make a collaboration with Pak Dharma in Universitas Patimura for working with the STEM Trails, hopefully. Because in these years, we are working with Professor Mailizer in Universitas Syah Kuala in Aceh, and also Dr. Destina in Depok, International Islamic Indonesian Islamic University, Triple IU in Depok. And yeah, hopefully for the next years, we make the expansion of our projects to the others area. Okay, and for to beginning our discussions, we are introduced about our projects. Start from 2013 that we are working with the Map projects. Start from 2013 until 2017. We are working with the researcher from Goethe University of Frankfurt to develop the materials with the digital technology. And yeah, then in the 2018, still working and together with the university in Frankfurt, we are developed the augmented reality materials, and then make a collaboration with GeoGebra and Johannes Kepler University. We developed the 3D printings, combining with the STEM educations and materials. And then in the next year, we are working with Samuel Kitab in mathematics and University of Würzburg. And yeah, as we see that there is several universities that we are working and collaborations in these projects, and not only in mathematics, but also make the collaboration with other disciplines like the public health, as I mentioned before, that we develop the mathematical modelings with the context of public health. And also we are using the idea of the sustainable development goals. And also that in Indonesia that we are the archipelago countries, and then we develop the sustainability in the archipelago. And yeah, the main goal of our project is to develop the mathematic adventure parts that combining between the real, virtual, and extended reality STEM-based materials environments to promote the 21st century skills aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So this is the ideas as a background of our discussion today related with the integrations of the mathematics educations and the interdiscipline partnership, and in the context of the STEM trails. Okay, and then there is some of the activities that we are conducted in several area, not only in Semarang, but also in Samarinda, in Padang, in Palembang, in Aceh, and also in some other area, including in the Semarang Zoo, that we are working with the students and teachers, conducting the mathematical activities in the zoo to solve the mathematical problem related with the elephant, for example, and solving the mathematical problem related with the birds and others issues in this area. And also we are working with the augmented reality, virtual reality, and the recent issue is related with the AI, artificial intelligence, that we are have the responsible to develop the activities in mathematics educations, combining with the AI and codings, following the regulation from the Ministry of Education, that our ministry have the regulations related with the use of AI and coding. Yeah. Okay, and then to combining some of the discipline, then we are we need the context to combining between the mathematics with the others area. So we use the framework of the mathematics framework from OECD. We have the mathematical reasonings that start from the interpret, formulate, employ, interpret, and evaluate, and we have the sum of the challenge in the real world context, and the context is about the personal, occupational, societal, and scientific, and more focused on this area. We are working with sustainable development goals. That I think this is the easier ways to integrate between mathematics with others area. For example, when we are working with the public health, for example, so we can choose the SDG number 3, good health and well-being. So we can start from these schools and develop the mathematical tasks and mathematical activities, and we can also choose the others. For example, in UNES, in Universitas Negeri Semarang, because we are the conservation university, so we can start from the SDGs number 13, 14, 15. It is about the climate actions, life below water or life on land. So I think this is easier ways to integrate between the mathematics and others area. So we can working with our colleagues from science, or we can working with the others discipline. So this is the framework that we can use to combining, because some of the teacher or some of the researchers and some of the lecturers in this area, and also from the students need the inspirations related with how to combining some mathematics with other disciplines. So this is that we propose this one of idea is we are proposing this idea to combining about the mathematical literacy, more focused on the context, and the context is we are choose between SDG number 1 until 17. So this is that we can use for the development of the mathematical activities. And then when we are using the digital tools, and we have the concept of the mathematical modeling, because the mathematical modeling, we can make a bridge between the real world and the mathematical world. So the idea of the mathematical modeling is come from the German tradition of mathematics education, because as we know that mathematics education in Germany, they have the traditions. This is about the use of the mathematical modeling instruction at schools. And the Griffiths in 2011 expand about the concept of the Bloom's and Lies mathematical modelings into the use of digital tools in modelings, and as the digital tools to help the students when they doing the modeling for the situations from the real situations. we use the digital tools to investigate. And we can also use the tools to experimentalize. This is the step from the real model. And we can also use the tools to visualize when we have the real model and translate into the mathematical model. So we use the visualizations by using the digital tools. And also the simple ways is we are using the tools to calculate and simulate. For example, we are using the calculator, for example, or we are using the GeoGebra to simulate or to calculate from the mathematical models into the mathematical result. So there is several ways to use the digital tools to help the students in solving the mathematical problem following the mathematical modeling cycles. So this is the traditions of the mathematics education in Germany. They're using the mathematical modeling approach. And this is the framework of the learning theories. And we can also use the didactical situations from Brussels that we have the two area, namely the didactical situation, and the second area is the adidactical situation. And in the didactical situation, that teachers not only teach the students to explain the mathematics, but also the teachers act as the designer to designing the learning environments, and the teachers can designing about the mathematical activities and the use of the digital tools, and or combining both of them, and then we develop the learning environment so that students can construct their own knowledge. So based on the Immanuel Kant, Piaget, and von Glaserfeld, that students have to construct their own knowledge. This is based on the constructivism theory, so that the teachers not only explaining the concept about the mathematics, but also the teachers preparing and designing the learning environment so that students can develop their own knowledge. So this is the basic idea of our projects using the constructivism paradigms. And then besides that, the students in these learning environments can increase their motivation to learn mathematics, because there is four kinds of the motivations. The first is about the irregular motivations, and then also the intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation, and also the motivation. So we can designing the learning environment so that the students can motivate to learn mathematics intrinsically, or we can also develop the motivation extrinsically. And this is the idea about the didactical situation. And of course, we're combining the use of the mathematical modeling concept into this approach. Okay, and then one of the topic that we can use for the teaching and learning mathematics in this year, for example, we have the program from the government program about the makan bergizi gratis, or this is we can explain it, the free nutrition meal program. The makan bergizi gratis can be used as the context for the teaching and learning mathematics. For example, when we are explain about the ratio, or we can also explain about the system of the linear equation, for example. We can also use the context of the free nutrition meal program. And this is not only teach about the mathematics, but also explain about the nutrition to the students, to educate them to understand which meals that this is healthy or this is unhealthy, and this is important for our body, or this is it's not good for our body. And so this is our responsible as a teachers, not only teach about the mathematics, but also educate them with other subjects and other topics, one of which is about the public health concept. And this is that we develop in Palembang, and hopefully in the next year, hopefully we can also develop our the STEM trials tasks in Ambon, in Maluku, and in others area. And this is one example of our projects in Palembang to develop the materials task related with the Belida fish monument. And as we know that Belida is the ingredients in many local delicacies, such as pempek. Pempek is this this is come from the Belida fish, and this is popular in Palembang. And so we can also teach the students by using this context. For example, to find the proteins, or many students could meet their daily protein requirements if they eat this fish, for example. And this is the one example of the task that we can give to the students, and so that students not only learning about the mathematics, but also learning about the public health education. And this is an example of how to solve this task. As we see that there is some of the lecturer and students working in this area. As we see that there is a Professor Zulkardi and Professor Ratu Ilma join with us in the Belida Fish Monument to solve the mathematical problem that we develop and we can also solve. And this is an example of the solutions that related with this Belida fish problem. And this is the idea of the materials that students have to solve the task outside the classroom and have to come to the locations and collecting the data, countings, measuring, and doing the other mathematical activities. And then they have the data and use this data to solve the problem given. Another topic is about the healthcare insurance, the national health insurance, or in Indonesia we known as Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional, or JKN. And this is an example of the task that we can also create and give to the students, and then students have to know about the understands which again because it's related to health rights, finance literacy, and family decision making, and it can be taught through the mathematical context to calculating the premium percentage and simple modelings by using this context. So, for example, when there is 3 classes in this CKN, for example, the class 1s, the participant have to pay 150,000, and the second class is 100,000, and third class is 42% with 42,000 with 7,000 subsidized by government. And so the students will know about these regulations when they learn mathematics. So the learning mathematics is not only teach about not only learning about the concept of the mathematics, but also learning about their environment, also learning about the regulation, and also some of the under literacy. And this is example of the topics related to the materials, because the materials should be related with the objects in the environment. So we can bring the idea of the national health insurance into this real object in Banjarnegara. There is a Dawat Ayu Banjarnegara statue, and we can also make the problem related with this the men and women making and selling Dawat Ayu. This is a traditional local drinks, and I know that there is some of the traditional food from Ambon, and we can also make some of the tasks related with this object, for example. And this is one example. If there is a husband and wife of the couple of the Dawat Ayu sellers, and how much will they have to pay each month for the national health insurance, for example. So the student have to solving this problem, and they have to collecting the data on site, and they have to implement or apply the mathematical concept to solve this mathematical problem. Okay, this is some of the example of the tasks and the trials, and we can also combining some of the tasks and the trials, and these projects already published in the research in science and technology education. This is published by the Taylor and Francis group. And if you are interested, and then you can just access these papers, and this is feel free to discuss with us about this publication and also our projects in general. Okay, this is our publications related with the integrations between the mathematics with other disciplines. And there is some of the data that they are published in these papers, and there is some of the scaffolding that students or teachers give. For example, this is within, between, motivation, and in general. And most of the scaffoldings are given in the within. So to bridge between one step to other step, this is necessary for the students to get scaffolding from the teacher. So this is our finding from this project. And then based on the tasks from some of the area, and then we can make the trials from this, for example, 3, 4, or 5 locations, and then we can create the task for each objects, and then we can combining this task to become trials. So we have the materials, and this is a material is not a new idea. This is an old idea. It's come from the Australia in 1984. This is we have the concept about the materials, but the use of digital tools is become new, and this is our innovations in Frankfurt, in Germany. Start 2013, we developed the materials combining with the use of digital tools. So we have the concept of the match city map. For example, in Semarang, there is some of the area that we can create the trails. For example, in the old towns, we have the trails. Start from the school, students will find the locations about the museum in the old towns, and then we walk to the Gereja Plenduk or Plenduk Church, and then there is some of the mathematical problem that they have to solve in group, and they have to solve the mathematical problem and submit into the apps, and the apps will show the location and give the hints if they don't have any idea to solve the mathematical problem. So this is the idea of the materials, and this is an example, one of the tasks that we developed in these old towns. This is related with the issue in Semarang. This is related with the flood problem and around the old towns. And suppose your city is now in the emergency, and you are asked to raise the flood gate 1 meter from its original position, and then students will analyze things and understanding the problem, and then identifying relevant mathematics and transforming real world problem into mathematical problem, and then to solve the mathematical problem, and in the end they have to interpret mathematical solution into the real situation. And this is the step how the students solve the mathematical problem in the environment by using the cycles of the mathematical modeling, and based on the context of the uh, the environment, for example. So with these projects, the students will not only learn about the mathematics, but also they know about sustainable cities and communities. Then this is SDGs number 11 and climate action. This is SDGs number 13. So this is important for us to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. One of the, which is by using the teaching and learning mathematics with the context of the SDGs, for example. And this is one of the, this is the video about how Math City Map apps works. And students at first, they use the apps, open the map, and the map will contains 4 or 5 or 6 tasks, and by using the apps they will find the locations, and the apps will detect the locations and also the object's location, and after they come to the location, and they will get the instructions about the problem that they have to solve. And in the with the collaborations, and there is up to 3 hints if they don't have any idea, and they will use the hints. There is 1, 2, or 3 hints for each task, and by using these hints, the students will solve the problem by counting, measuring, or calculating the objects, by using the measuring types or the other tools, collecting the data, and after that they solve or use the mathematical concept to solve the problem and submit the answer, and they will get a feedback, and they can have the chance to solve the problem, revise the solutions. And of course, because there is some of the error in measuring, and then we can give the interval. This is acceptance or not for the solution. And this is a real sample solution. So the apps will show the sample of the solutions about this problem. The students will learn about the problem, and also not only solving the problem, but also get the information about some of the sample of the solution. And then we are also develop the use of the augmented reality, because sometimes the students have the problem to get a bridge between the real problem with the mathematical problem. So the augmented reality rules become the important in these issues, because the students will understand, for example, when we have the pond like this, and then students will imagine that this object is like the prism, or this is like the cube, or this is like the sphere and other. So we are preparing the augmented reality to help the students to imagine between the real objects and translated into the mathematical objects, for example. And this is that students do in designing the objects for teaching and learning mathematics by using this strength idea. We are using the GeoGebra to create the task and also to preparing the model for the students. And this example in Yogyakarta, we have the Tugu Jogja, and we can designing the Tugu Jogja by using the 3D, the GeoGebra, and then we can make the models by print it out by using the 3D printer, and we have the Tugu Jogja, so that when we give the task about the Tugu Jogja in the materials, in the original, it is the students have to come to the Tugu Jogja directly, but by using the 3D printings, the students, for example, from Maluku, for example, can solve the mathematical problem related with the Tugu Jogja without come to the Yogyakarta, but we can send the files of the 3D objects, and in Maluku, we can use the 3D printer to print it out, and then we can use the model of Tugu Jogja for doing the mathematical activities by the students. Okay, this is the idea about the use of using the 3D printing, and this is the process of printing of some of the landmark. For example, this is a landmark from Bukit Tinggi. There is Jam Gadang. We can also use the Joglo or Rumah Honai from Papua, for example. So there is some of the idea that we can develop, and we can also work together, not only from one area, but also make the collaboration between one area with others area in Indonesia, for example. And we can also use the robotics using the Lego, for example, to implement or apply the theorem, Pythagorean theorem, to solve the parking problem, or we are using the drones to control the drones to fly from one area to another area by using the Pythagorean theorem, for example. So there is some of the idea that we can develop, and of course we are not discuss in details, but just give some of the overview about our project. And this is a project about the virtual reality STEM trials, when the students visiting some of the landmarks in Indonesia without come directly, but we can also use the virtual reality technology, come to the Borobudur area, for example, virtually, and there is some of the tasks that we have to solve, and the students will collecting the data based on the objects in this virtual environment, and then we can also solve the problem based on this the data, and read this answer in this whiteboard virtually. And also we can also working with this pencak silat. This is a traditional Indonesian traditional martial art, and there is a maumere. This is a senam maumere, and developed by using the AI motion capture by the students. And we can also working, and we have the publications related with the mathematical dance. So if you are interested to working with the mathematical dance, so we can discuss in detail about that. And then this is also there are some of the tasks, and yeah, this is the dance developed by students by using the graph. So there is some of the graph, for example, the graph of the linear, exponential, trigonometry, and others kinds of the functions that we can draw the graph, and we can also make the choreography of the dance by using this graph. Okay, and there is some of the environment that we can extend with other landmarks in Indonesia. If you are interested, and then you can make the contributions in these projects by send some of the tasks about this. Okay, and this is the start that we are beginnings from the mobile materials. It start from 2013. We developed the City map, and this is the original idea about bringing the students go outside the classroom to learn about the mathematics in the environment and solving the mathematical problem by collecting the data on site and using the digital technology. And there is some of the publications related with these projects, and you can find this publication. And you can also use the augmented reality, because the problem that we find that students sometimes don't have any idea when they find the objects in the real objects in the real life, that there is some of the object, but they don't have any idea what is the connection between this object with the mathematical concept. So we bring the augmented reality technology to help the students to connect between the real problem with the mathematical problem. So this is the tools that help students to make a bridge between the mathematical problem with the real object. And 3D printing is have the roles, important roles in this area, because when we are working with cross country materials, for example, when we have the projects between not only cross country but cross island, for example, in Java Islands we have the some of the landmarks, and in Kalimantan we have others landmark, and we can make the exchange the culture, exchange the tradition, exchange the environment to learn each others and know each others without come directly from Java to Kalimantan or from Java to Sumatra or otherwise. And yeah, we can use the 3D printing technology to print the Borobudur, for example, and send to the students in Sumatra, and send the send the book Jam Gadang from Sumatra to Java, for example, or the other area. So this is the idea of the 3D printing materials. So we can make the connection and partnership between the teachers from one area to another area. But yeah, we can make the partnership. So this is the reason that we are working in this. Yeah, we are. I'm presenting about the partnership in this these presentations, because this is important to develop the partnership, and also not only partnership between mathematics teachers and other mathematics teachers, but also partnership with other subject area. For example, mathematics with art, mathematics with the sport, and also the other subject. Okay, and virtual reality. And this is also that important that students not only have the experience in the real environment, but also we can give the students experience in the virtual environment. For example, by using the virtual reality, the students will explore the environment and solving the mathematical problem, and they are working together. And yeah, of course, there is two options of the virtual reality. The first is the virtual reality with the expensive devices. For example, we are using the Oculus, but some of our partner schools, they are using the cheapest virtual reality. We are using the VR cardboard. This is the price is about 13,000 rupiah. This is I think this is easier for the students to get these tools without the expensive one. So the students will access the contents by using the VR cardboard, and they are working with the student worksheet to solve the mathematical problem. exploring and exploring the Indonesian islands, for example, and yeah. And this is a concept of the virtual reality. And we can also working with the creativity in designing the mathematical dance. As I mentioned before, that we can also create a mathematical dance based on the graph, some of the patterns in mathematics, and then we can develop the choreography of the dance. Or we can also analyzing the mathematical concept inside the Saman dance, for example. Or we can also use the Senam Maumere and analyzing the mathematical concept there, and we can use for teaching and learning mathematics activity in the classroom. Okay, this is the artificial intelligence mathematical dance that we are developed to support the students, not only about the cognitive, but also about the others and then this example, and including the creativity of the students in designing the task. And this is about the coding and robotics. We can also use the robotics for the mathematical activities. For example, when we teach about the Pythagorean theorem, for example, and we ask the robots to, we can ask the students to move the car, for example, in one area into the other area, but have to pass some of the area, and we can also use the concept of triangle and start from one angles to other angle, and we can use the triple Pythagoras, for example, and so we can develop the student worksheet, and students will more focus on the mathematical concept, not only playing the robot, or more focus on the technical or others area, but the main idea is to learn mathematics. Okay. And this is because the materials is more specific in mathematics. Even the trial is not only related with the mathematics, but this is also related with the science, engineering, or related with the technology and others area. So we have the new projects related with these STEM trials, so that the students and also the teachers, not only from the mathematics study program, but also come from the others subjects, for example, from natural science, or from the history, from the engineering, from the technology. We can work together, make the interdisciplinary partnership to develop the STEM trials for the teaching and learning activities, not only for the classroom activities, but also for the informal activities in the parks, city park, or in the tourism attraction, or in others area, so that we can improve the mathematical literacy, not only students at the schools, but also for the society in the city, for example. Yeah, there is some of the projects that we can develop and conducting in some of the area, and to promote the mathematical literacy and to preparing the sustainable future by using the concept of the STEM trials. And yeah, there is some of the tasks, about 100,000 tasks already created, and there is 50,000 users, and this is about 1 decade in the journey in Indonesia. And Indonesia, there is some of the area that and as we see that there is some of the tasks in Maluku, in Ambon, in Papua, in Bali, in Java, in Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Sumatra and other islands. So yeah, it is not designed by the teams of the medicine lab, but this is designed by the teachers. So the teachers in some of the area in about almost all of the province in Indonesia, they create the task and doing the mathematical activities with the students by using the map, for example. And this is a STEM trails also developed in some of the areas, for example, in the Banda Aceh and also in the Depok, Jawa Barat, West Java, and also in Semarang, of course. And this we are working in collaboration with the teachers from the primary schools, elementary schools, junior high schools, and also the senior high schools. Okay. And yeah, so we can make the combination or integrate the materials with the context of the STEM educations and with the issue of socio and scientific. So this is important to bring the issue from the socio and scientific into the classroom. So we are not only teach the students about the mathematics, but also about the environment and ask them and invite them to think about how to solve the solve the socio-scientific issue in their area. Okay, I think there is some of the projects that we have, and hopefully we can make the collaborations and we can work together in the futures about the STEM trials and also about the use of the digital technology, not only for the mathematic subject, but also with the cross disciplines and also the others discipline. Okay, and I think this is the last slide. Yeah, okay. I think these are the last slides, and if there is some of the things that we can discuss, or if you have any other question, or you have some of the idea that we can work together on, discuss about this area, and please you can write in the chat, or you can also raise your hand and also we can make that discussion. Okay, I think that's all of our discussion, Pak Dharma, and then we can continue with discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adi, for outstanding presentation that really improving and wider our insightful on innovation of innovation in mathematics education in terms of math instruction, how to make students engage, how to trigger their creativity, etc. So we continue with question and answer session. I will check on the chat box. For all participants, if you want to address question directly to Dr. Adi, please press on the icon raise hand, or you can type your question in chat box.
Yeah.
Oh, we have one, Dr. Adi.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, there are some questions.
Yes.
On
and I think I cannot see because your video is not active, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I have tried to ask the technical
Okay. Yeah.
department for fix this. Okay, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, there is some of the questions. Yeah.
from Juan. Maybe you can pick any of them. But
Okay, so I can answer the question directly, Pak Dharma.
okay, Dr. please.
Yeah, okay. This the first question is from Mr. Juan of Taluku. Yeah, as you know that, yeah, of course, that this is not only in Maluku, but also in there is some of the area in Indonesia, including not only in others, including in Semarang. Also, there is some of the area that they are still limited. For example, in my hometown, for example, in some of the area, there is still limited use of the technology or the availability of the technology at school, for example. And the question is, yeah, this is always that the most of the teacher ask about can integrate the STEM in this area. And so in this case that we in our projects we using the STEM trails that we are not only use the digital tools because we are working with the manual tools and also unplug. So we have the project about the unplugged STEM trail. So we are not only use the digital tool, for example, using the augmented reality or virtual reality, even also that at the moment we are project about the AI, the use of AI, and we have the project about the use of AI without the digital tool. So we call that this is a unplugged AI. So the student will doing the activities by using the paper and cutting by use the scissor, for example, and we can designing the students' activities by using this the hands-on activities by using the paper, for example, to solve the artificial intelligence problem, for example. Or we can also use the City Map without the digital tools because we have the feature that we have the two options. We are using the City Map apps, or the students use the printout that prepared by the teachers. So in the portal, we can choose the PDF version, for example, and then we can print the PDF and then give to the students manually without the smartphone or the other digital tools. And yeah, so we can make the options without the use of the digital tools. So yeah, hopefully this is answer the question from the Mr. Juan related with this. Yeah, so it's not only in Maluku, but in Semarang or in my hometown also. There is some of the area with a limited technology. That's a question, that answer from me. And the second is a question from Ms. Eka. The STEM trail is usually done in group. After only one student does the calculation, will the others just enjoy the work? Okay. In the other setting where teacher supervision is lost, how can we assess individual accountability effectively? Okay, yeah, this is the problem that in group, for example, 4 or 5 students, and yeah, so this is the reason that we train that as we know that learning is the activities to make the student have the new knowledge and also new skills and also new attitudes. So by using the STEM trails, we educate or train the students to work together in group. So we train as we see that we can see, I will show you the photo that I explained before in this. Then we can find the illustration. Yeah, this is the photo. As we see that there is some of the students' activities, and when you see in the corner in this, there is students work together. There is 3 students, and one of the students use the sticks, and the other students to measure the angle of the flag poles, and the other students give his hands to make sure that the health of the friend is safe, for example. So this is one example of how students work together in the environment. So we can train the students to work together, and so we can designing the activities with the groups, not in a large group, but in the small group. For example, 3 students, 4 students, and 5 students is, I think this is too much. So I think three students is enough, so that they can have the rules for each students, have its rule, and after that we can make some of the confirmations about their activities, and we can ask each other, each students, for example, what is your rules and what is the other students' rules, and we can also control based on the students' activities. And of course, because when the students doing the activities outside, and yeah, the teacher supervision is loose, that this you are right, and the Map apps also preparing the tools to control the location of the students, so we can know the position of the students and what is their activities, and we can make the control to make sure that for each member of this group working with their own rule, for example. And for example, when there are 3 students in this group in one locations, one students will have the rule to make the measurement, for example, and the other students will use the smartphone, and the other students will write the result of the collecting the data, and then in the other locations they will change the rules, so we can make the students to organize their own group, for example. So this is that we can do when students working in a group in the outside the classroom. Okay, this is the answer from the question from the Ms. Eka. And the third questions from the Mr. Rizky Ramadan. How can we ensure that the math tasks in material activities truly reflect authentic mathematical thinking rather than simply using real-world context as the basis for the problem? Yeah. How can materials be designed and accommodate students with varying mathematical abilities without creating cognitive, okay, yeah, and leaving certain learning behind? Yeah, so this is yeah, of course, there is some of the cognitive aspect that we cannot only measure by using the materials, but this is one way to measuring their ability by using the materials. For example, when we find the situation when students have to make the decision, for example, because we find that, for example, in one area, we found that the problem from the students when they solve the problem, and the result is how many books that we have to buy, for example, and the answer is 19.3. And then the students have the discussions how to buy the box. This is 19.3 is should be by into the 20 or 90. So based on the mathematical concept, should be 90. But they make the decision they want to buy the 20 boxes, for example. So this is that we can measure and assess the students' ability when they conducting the activities outside. And this is, I think this is sometimes is cannot be measured when they solve the mathematical problem inside the classroom, for example. And we can also designing the task, not only apply the concept of the mathematics in the real world, but also we can designing the problems so that the students have to think. So that based on our research that we found that the problem from the teacher is not on the use of technology. So the problem is about the designing the task. Yeah. So based on our research that the main problem is designing the task. So to reflect the authentic mathematical thinking, for example, as Mr. Rizky said that, yeah, this is the problem. Sometimes the task is too simple. For example, find the height of the flagpole, for example. This is the very popular and favorite task that created by the teacher when they create the mathematical trials in the school area. So we make the rules when we give the teacher training. The first is please don't create the task, find the height, find the volume, find the area. So the task is, we can make the task is a little bit more complex. For example, when we create the task, for example, like this. Yeah, so the student have to think. This is not only apply the concept of the mathematics in the real world, but they have to think about some of the cognitive aspect to things, creativity, and then also the critically and others. And this is also the others problem like this. Even this is also that this is a simple problem. This is only implement the ratio concept in mathematics to apply the ratio concept in the solving problem, but they have to think critically and think creatively to solve this problem. So the simple task should be find the ratio between one rotas and one slice and the other. So we can make this a simple task. But the task is we ask the teachers not only find the ratio or find the height or find the volume, but we can ask the teachers to create the task. For example, like this, there is some of the story and also some of the situations and also some of the sentence that students have to think, to analyze, and also to critically respond this task, so that this is not only apply the mathematics, but also they have to think about this task. So this is not only cognitive, but also about the others aspect of assessment. Okay, hopefully this is can answer the question from Mr. Rizky. I think that's my answer, Pak Dharma, for these three questions. I think thank you for the questions for the
Thank you
discussion.
very much,
Yeah.
Dr. Adi, for providing answers for all the question on chat box. And from one of your slides, we can see that by implementing STEM trails by using map and other digital tools, we can see that the activity is not only limited on education, but also accommodate other SDGs, other aspect in
Yeah.
SDGs. That's very valuable for us. Thank you very much, Dr. Adi.
Yeah,
And
thank you very
I
much.
look
Yeah.
forward to see you on other occasion. And I want to provide the certificate of appreciation for your contribution today, Dr. Adi.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you very much for
Thank you
this
very
certificate and also for the opportunity for sharing and discuss, and hopefully in the future we can meet on site, and hopefully I can visit Ambon in Universitas Patimura on site, and we are working and collaboration together. And of course, not only Universitas Patimura, but with others, university and also the participant. Thank you very much, Pak Dharma.
Thank you very much,
Andreas.
Dr. Adi.
Yeah.
We take a moment for photo session, please. Okay. To all
Okay.
participants, please turn on your camera, please, for photo session. Okay, I will count 1, 2, 3. Cheers. And once again, 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Adi.
Yeah, thank you very much.
This opportunity meeting with you and share your idea with us today.
Okay, thank you.
Please give applause to Dr. Adi. Okay, we move to the last keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Choi Ban Heng. Do we have Dr. Choi Ban Heng with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Dr.
Hey,
Choi
good
Ban Heng.
afternoon.
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. Yes,
Okay.
and very excited to share some ideas with all of you.
Okay, thank you for accepting our invitation as well as attending the conference today. And before addressing your presentation, I would like to introduce you in briefly. To all participants, Associate Professor Choi Ban PhD is Associate Professor at National Education in Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. He got his PhD from University of Auckland in New Zealand, and right now he is an educator and researcher specializing in mathematical notation, curriculum design, and teacher professional learning over a decade of experience teaching mathematics and contributing to STEM education, policy, and development. His field of expertise is on mathematical notation and instructional decision making, also in curriculum and task design, lesson study, and professional learning communities, and also on STEM education and integrated math teaching. For Dr. Choi Ban Heng, the title that he will present today, he will address today with us is Teaching Through Problem Solving for Low Progress Learners. Lesson from Mr. Fasit. Okay. For Dr. Choi Ban Heng, the line is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Let me see whether you can see my screen properly.
Okay, very clear, Doctor.
Yeah,
Please.
okay. So thank you very much once again for the kind introduction, and thank you for the organizing committee for this opportunity to share some ideas with all of you. And I've heard all the keynotes this morning and early afternoon, and I must say I stand on the shoulders of all these giants, and having seen the really from a very broad perspective of what constitute good mathematics instruction, the use of AI in teaching and learning, and then to integrated STEM that we heard just now, and now I'm really focusing back to the classroom, and really thinking about what mathematics classroom teaching really means in the age of digital transformation. So what I really want to kind of focus on today are to think about two key questions. One is what do we really want our students to learn from our mathematics lessons? And what does deep learning looks like in these classrooms, especially against the backdrop of digital transformation? And I thought it's useful to kind of think about, okay, let me get something out first. Let me get my laser pointer. Sorry for the delay. I think one of the important aspects is really the idea of going beyond content and perhaps to mathematical competencies. I mean, what do we want our students to learn? And of course, very often this question comes against the backdrop of what kind of skills are needed for the future. And if you look at the kind of skills that's needed, you have the usual suspects like analytical thinking, creative thinking. It's not surprising that AI and big data is definitely on the list. And more importantly, you have many other soft skills such as curiosity, love for lifelong learning, motivation, empathy, active listening, and so forth. Now, these skills are important and they are going to be more and more important in the years to come. And interestingly, there's another way to present these skills. I mean, some of these skills are what they call core skills that you can see here, especially in 2030. Some of the skills they call it core now, but not expected to increase in the future, and they call it steady skills. And then you have what we call the emerging skills, those that are less essential now, but probably are going to be kind of important in the future. And then last but not least, you have the out of focus skills. Now, skills that are less essential now and not expected to increase in use. And interestingly, teaching and mentoring fall inside these out of focus skills. And then I think of interest to many of us, reading, writing, and mathematics, fall inside these out of focus skills. Well, I don't know about you, but immediately, I get suddenly very agitated. Really? I mean, I'm a mathematics educator, and to me, mathematics is like a core skill that is, going to be important, especially in the age of AI and data science. And so I really question, is it really the case that mathematics is an out of focus skill? Or is it because we have not been teaching mathematics in a way that prepares our students for the future? And so I think it's useful to think about this idea of timely changes, timeless constants. I mean, change is definitely a constant, right? And change must be timely to adapt to a world that is rapidly changing. But change must also be anchored in something that is timeless, so that one is not lost in these waves of change. I mean, we have AI, we have AR, we have VR, we have so many different things that's coming our way. And in this world of change, where change is the constant, I think, and I believe, together with my colleague from NIE, Dr. Unpatti, that there are constants that do not change and should not change. And of course, what are these constants? I mean, in the context of Singapore, where I come from, education is very important. We have no natural resources. Human resource is our only resource. And we aim to develop every human being, to the fullest potential. So at least in the case of Singapore, the timeless constants are the core values that we value. The kind of social emotional learning skills that we think will be useful for our students. And last but not least, this idea of emerging 21st century competencies. And of interest to us, at least in mathematics, is this idea of critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking. And this is one of those skills that I think is particularly natural to the study of mathematics. And I sometimes wonder whether we have actually created opportunities for our students to experience mathematics in a way that develops their critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking. And so it's useful to kind of unpack what we meant by critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking, or CAIT for short. And I think the idea of adaptive thinking is not new. I mean, it is a kind of thinking that focuses on applying knowledge flexibly in new contexts. And that's what we do in mathematics, right? I mean, we learn a particular concept, we learn a particular skill or a procedure. And when we see new problems, we start to see whether there's any relationship between this new problem and those that we know how to solve. And the idea is, can we apply the knowledge that we have flexibly in a new context? And that's the idea of adaptive thinking, which is natural in the context of mathematics classroom. Then we have inventive thinking, the idea of generating and evaluating innovative ideas. I think this is where we sometimes don't do as well, especially in mathematics, because we always think that there's one right answer. And there's only this one right answer. I mean, how else can you get the answer? And I think this is where I think we might need to broaden our perspective of what we meant by inventive thinking. And the whole notion of STEM or integrated STEM and the idea shared by our previous keynote speaker, emphasize a lot on this notion of generating innovative ideas. And so I wonder, whether we could do more, especially in our everyday mathematics classroom. Then we have critical thinking, which is especially important in the age of AI. Our keynote speaker this morning talked about, the use of AI in teaching and learning. And at the heart of the effective use of AI lies the power of critical thinking. Our students and teachers need to be able to think critically so that they can assess whether the generative AI's output even makes sense. And so critical thinking involves sound reasoning and metacognition for decision making. And so if you look at it, well, in mathematics, do we do that? Yes, of course. Reasoning and metacognition is always something important for our students when they learn mathematics. So the notion of critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking is not new, even though we call them 21st century competencies. They are the kind of constants that we should anchor the changes on as we move forward in our mathematics teaching and learning. And so in mathematics education in Singapore, we also anchor on something that is timeless. And so if we ask the mathematicians here, in this meeting, or even the mathematics teachers or mathematics educators in this meeting, what is the most important thing you want our students to learn from our mathematics classroom? And I can kind of be certain that most of us will say that it is about them developing mathematical problem-solving skills. Because problem solving is so essential and it lies at the heart of our mathematics lessons. But beyond this mathematical problem solving, we know that mathematics has different phases, right? Concepts is definitely one of them. So we want our students to not just be able to do, but they really understand the idea of properties and relationships, operations and algorithms involving concepts, different concepts. Skills is also important. Mathematics always have this component of skills, and developing proficiency in these skills is key. And students need to have those skills in order to engage fully with mathematics. But besides skills, there's also processes. How do we know what we know in mathematics? And many of our speakers talk about reasoning, representing, communicating, and modeling, which is an important mathematical competency. But beyond these proficiencies, competencies, and understanding, we also want our students to develop good attitudes or dispositions beliefs about mathematics. We want them to appreciate mathematics. We want them to be confident, to be motivated, to have interest, and most of all, something that's very important, to persevere in mathematics. And of course, metacognition, the idea of being able to regulate our thinking processes. So despite all the different changes that we are seeing in this world, there are some things that are timeless. There are timeless constants that we should always focus on, even as we make timely changes in our system. And one of these, at least in the case of Singapore, is our focus on mathematical problem solving and the holistic idea of developing our students' skills, concepts, processes, attitudes, and their metacognition. So it is against this backdrop that I wanted to share a few perspectives and then later share with you something from a project that was recently completed, and really to share some ideas by listening to one of these teachers in this project. But before we do that, it's useful to think of what kind of teaching really will prepare our students for the kind of future that they need to face. And for that, I think we have to go really beyond teaching just as delivering content. Our past few keynote speakers spoke about, teachers as facilitators, teachers as knowledge creators. And here, I want to see really teachers as designers. So by seeing teaching as designing, we actually position the role of teacher as even more prominent than before, especially in this age of AI and data transformation. So what do we mean by teaching as designing? Well, we know we want our students to interact with the mathematics. We want them to learn mathematics. And very often they learn mathematics through their interaction with the task. So a task can be a very simple task like, factorize this quadratic expression, or it can be a very engaging and rich task such as the ones that were presented before this keynote. By the heart of it, these interactions happen within the classroom environments, and teacher plays a very important role because the teacher is the one that unpacks the school mathematics and design tasks, for the students to work on. And this itself is also a kind of interaction. It is a kind of design work. At the same time, the teacher need to use the task and work with the students in the classroom. And this is also important. So if you look at really, this idea of teaching as designing, we are seeing different planes of the interactions. So for example, here we can see the teacher unpacking the mathematics into tasks that they can use with the students. On this plane, we can see how teacher actually interact with the students around the task. So the task may be very rich, but if the teacher didn't use the task properly, then the task may not be able to achieve its intended purpose. Here we can see another plane of interaction where the teacher interact with the students to bring out certain mathematics ideas. Last but not least, the students working on the task, to learn some mathematics. And that is also another plane of interactions. So the teacher's role is actually very complex. It's really about designing all these different kinds of interactions. And tasks are really centerpieces of our lessons. I mean, what kind of mathematics do we want our students to learn? Well, we have all very nice ideas of what mathematics our students to learn, but tasks are really at the center of this. So when we talk about tasks, it is not just the task alone, but how it is being used in the classroom. And for that, there's another aspect which is really the discussions. And our first keynote speaker actually mentioned this in her closing remarks, that what makes classroom powerful for our students, there are two aspects. One is the task, and the other is the discussion. So for the task, we are usually talking about rich tasks or challenging tasks, but I also like the idea of this low floor, high ceiling, and white walls task. And by low floor, high ceiling, white walls, we are referring to this idea that the task has low, easy access for all students. But at the same time, it allows students to explore different mathematics ideas. And the notion of white walls means multiple solutions. And I think all these characteristics enable students to engage in prolonged thinking, reasoning, problem solving, and risk taking. All these ideas and all these competencies are essential for the future. But in order for tasks to realize their potential, the ability to orchestrate discussion in the classrooms around these tasks will be crucial. And so there are ideas such as co-constructing or explanations, getting our students to create explanations together with us. And that means the kind of classroom discourse, the way we discuss ideas, the way we talk with our students will have to change. And one of these ideas that I think some of you are familiar with is the 5 practices by Smith and Stein. And the whole notion is to be able to capitalize on mathematical opportunities to build on students' thinking in our classrooms. So what kind of mathematics do we want our students to experience? Well, we want our students to experience tasks that will not just provide them to learn content, but also to pick up important competencies, such as the critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking. So the question really is, what do we need to do so that our students have opportunities to hone their critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking during mathematics lessons? So one of these ideas that I've used in my recent project is the notion of teaching through problem solving, which again is not a new idea. It's been an idea that's been around for at least the last 2-3 decades. And so the notion of teaching through problem solving go against the usual classroom practice. The usual classroom practice is I teach you something, then you use it to solve problems. When we think about teaching through problem solving, what we are trying to do is to flip the entire equation around. Now, we are asking them to solve problems so that they can learn something. And this idea of teaching through problem solving has been very prevalent in some countries, especially, for example, Japan. And so, it usually involves introducing the problems and making sure that students kind of have the prerequisite knowledge, to be able to solve the problem. In other words, they have something that they will enable them to solve the problem, but may not be able to solve the problem in the way that we are supposed to teach it first. But they have enough to solve those problems. And so then it involves some form of posing the problems and making sure that students understand what the problem is, and then getting the students to work on the solutions. And the teacher's role is really to monitor and take note of the students' solutions so that they can kind of sequence their presentations at the whole class discussion. And the whole class discussion is a key element here. Here you are trying to help students compare and discuss each other's approaches and going beyond this show and tell. And so at the end, it's this idea of summarizing and helping the students to see what is the best approach, and this best approach is usually what you are trying to teach in a normal classroom. So this idea of teaching through problem solving is very attractive because it really provides opportunities for students to be critical, to think about the different solutions, to be adaptive, to kind of apply what they already know to solve a new problem. And at the same time, to be inventive, because sometimes they may need to invent their own strategies to solve the problem. And the teacher's role is then to build on these invented strategies to try and bring everybody to the same page, to learn something new that is required for this particular lesson. So in my current project, what we are trying to do is to do this with all students, not just the students who are already doing very well. And the reason why I'm interested to do that, especially with what we call low progress students, is because, you know, while this approach that I've just described puts problem solving at the center, and that problem solving is actually that timeless constant that we want, many teachers actually struggle to design and implement these kind of lessons, especially when they work with low progress students, those students who struggle with mathematics in schools. In Singapore, when we talk about low progress students, we are talking about students in the lowest 15% achievement band. And so that means these students are really very weak in mathematics, and generally they don't like mathematics and they struggle with it. And actually, this is the case for many Singapore teachers, who like to teach the strategies first and then get their low progress students to apply. But this may not be actually very useful. I think what is needed is to provide our low progress students opportunities to struggle meaningfully with mathematics so that they can learn and develop some of these important skills. And so the project is really targeted at this group of students and getting our teachers to be able to design and implement teaching through problem-solving lessons. And so I'm going to share with you some insights from the project, especially by looking at the case of this one particular teacher, Mr. Faizat, who is actually very interesting. But before I do that, just to give a background of the project. So really the project was, the purpose was to design, trial, and develop a novel pedagogical model for teaching through problem solving for low progress learners. Okay, and that these are the two research questions that we are interested in. But the backdrop of this project is really this idea that mathematics is sense making. It is not about learning a collection of facts and rules. And in our context, there was a huge, large-scale project called the enactment project, where they look at the enactment of our teachers in schools, particularly secondary school teachers. And they found out that teachers who are teaching the low progress learners predominantly use direct instruction, which means they teach before they get the students to apply. Now, don't get me wrong, this is important, but if we only do that, then our students who are low progress will never get a chance to develop their critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking. So, although the idea of problem solving first, then instruction is very attractive, this raises a question of how do we do that for low progress learners? I don't have enough time to talk about the findings of the project, but I just wanted to share with you some observations. And through our interactions with the teachers around the project, we realized that teachers are very comfortable with teaching problem solving, at least in Singapore. But they are not so comfortable with this idea of teaching through problem solving. So they try to get students to learn to solve problems rather than solve problems to learn. But one of the things that they recognize as they engage with us through the project is this need to present problems in different forms, because they realize that actually the students can solve problems. It's just that sometimes they cannot solve the problems when we present it in a particular way, especially for this group of low progress learner. And for our students, we realize that actually many of them can follow instructions, they can apply the techniques, but they generally have very low self-efficacy. They don't believe that they can solve problems. And so I think they need to have this openness to see that there are different ways to solve problems, and they need to have access to these opportunities to learn mathematics in ways that develop their thinking. So I just wanted to share a little bit about, Mr. Faizat, of course not his real name, and to see how he actually struggled through this project and how he changed his view about teaching through problem solving with low progress learners, throughout this 2-year project. So Mr. Faizat, was teaching the grade 2, grade 3 low progress learners. These students are really in the bottom 15% of the nation's cohort. So he started out with a teach first, then apply approach to problem solving, but his practices changed significantly towards the end of the project. And this is why I think he's quite interesting. And of course, the key question that I wanted to think about is really how did Mr. Faizat design and implement teaching through problem-solving lessons for his low progress learners? And we want to see the kind of changes in his teaching as he learned to teach his low progress students through problem solving. The data collected is, from a few sessions, quite a number of sessions over a period of 2 years. There was a baseline study, and later I'm going to share with you some images from the baseline study. And of course, we do have professional development sessions with the teachers. And one interesting aspect of our study is this notion of teaching experiments. So when the teacher designed the task, we want them to try the task out with some other students. And in the process, provide opportunities for them to tweak the task in order to be able to use it more effectively during the actual lesson itself. Then, of course, we have data from the lecture observations and then the post-lesson interviews. And to create a snapshot of his lessons, what we did is to analyze the lessons in terms of their structures, in terms of the task used, in terms of the affordances, his teaching actions, and then the students' responses to the task. So I'm going to share with you some ideas from the baseline study. So this is the problem for the baseline study. So David arranges 8 cubes, and then they want to ensure that the equal number of cubes on each side of the square. So the question is, how many cubes did he arrange on each side of the square? Or how many cubes are there on each side of the square? And that's the visual representation of the problem. Now, it's not a difficult problem for grade 2 students. They just have to play around with it a little bit. They know it's 8 squares. Of course, the problem is not just about these 8 cubes, but also the idea of what happens when the number of cubes increase. So we see that although Mr. Faizat observed how the students work on the problem, he actually didn't call on the students to share their answers or methods or thinking. He was actually very focused on sharing his own approach of solving the problem. Like the first keynote speaker said, teachers enjoy solving problems. And sometimes I think in the midst of that, they rob the students of the chance to solve the problems. So he has a particular way of getting to the answer. And, before he generalizes, and he wants the students to kind of put in the corners first and then distribute the remaining cubes equally to the 4 sides. And then add the 2 corner cubes to obtain the total number on each side. That was his idea. And throughout the initial lesson during the baseline study, he was really focused on getting the students to see this idea. And when you ask him about his thinking, he kind of talked about this notion that students need repetitive action to understand thoroughly. You know, that the concept that they want the students to build is, okay, you know, you do this, and then you'll be able to do this for any cubes that I give you. But in the process of doing so, actually, Mr. Faizad missed out other methods. There are other solutions that would have provided or at least broaden the perspective of our students. So for example, you could have, you know, visualize it differently, like in method 2, or even just observing a pattern. All these different approaches has some mathematical learning points. And the idea is, by discussing and comparing these different approaches, we have an opportunity to develop students' critical thinking, which is essential in this particular age of AI. So I mentioned this before, so I'm not going to say too much about it. But what I shared with you just now was the baseline study. That is before the professional development and before the rest of the development phase of our project. And of course, then you have phase 3 where, you know, there's consolidation, and then this is where the teachers were doing it on their own. So now I'm going to share with you the change at the end. In phase 3, the last lesson that we observe. So in this last lesson, Mr. Faizad developed a task around the notion of perimeter. And he wants the students to understand perimeter in a deep way. And bear in mind, these are really low progress learners. They are students who really struggle in mathematics. But he has begun to see that actually there's a way for students to learn mathematics. And one way to do it is to perhaps to present the idea in a different way. So now you can see, you know, in order to create the notion of perimeter, you can see this movement, this animation that he made, you know, to show what it means to calculate the perimeter of a school field. And he kind of say that, oh, you walk around the school field and then think about what's the distance traveled. And the idea is to add all these numbers up in order to get to the perimeter. And then he kind of created another scenario in this case where there's a slightly different idea because it's a rectangular swimming pool. And so the lengths are provided, and then getting the students to fill in the rest of the 2 blanks. The last one that he kind of gave, you know, as part of this Act 1 was the notion of, oh, now what happens when it's a square? And what's the perimeter of the square? So as you look at this information, this sequence of 3 tasks, there is a progressive idea of less and less information being given to the students and requiring the students to fill in more and more. And this is just the Act 1 of his task. In other words, he kind of prepared the students for the actual problem. So this is like the introduction phase. So Act 2 is actually the actual task. And so what's the actual task? Well, actual task is this. You know, Farmer Kang has 2 square plots of land as shown. What would the parameter of the 2 square plots be? You know, and the idea is the information given is Farmer Kang drove his jeep from the start of plot A to the end of plot B, and he had driven 10 kilometers. So he created this particular problem using this animation to show that this is 10 kilometers. And the question is, find the perimeter of the 2 square plots of land. Now, this is considered a challenging problem for many low progress learners because they will struggle with seeing the different lengths. And in this case, the size of the square was not given. And this added another layer of complexity for our low progress learners. But what was interesting is because the students have opportunities to struggle with mathematics over the last 2 years, they were able to actually come up with different solutions. And here I'm going to show you a few different solutions. So in solution 1, the students imagine the line to move. Okay, so they imagine the lines to move in a certain way, and then they realize that, oh, actually the lines form a big square of side 10 kilometer. And they were able to find the perimeter. In the second solution, the student just keep track of the sides that add up to 10 because it is square. So they know that this is 10, and all the sides are 10, 10. So there are 4 groups of 10, and therefore it is 40. But there are also another solution where the students actually assume that the smallest square is 4 and the biggest square is 6. And they realize they get the answer 40 as well. This is where some students say, hey, but why must it be 4 or 6? Then someone suggested, why not 3 or 7? And when they do 3 or 7, when they assume 3 or 7, they also realize that, hey, the answer is 40. And this became a very good opportunity for actually Mr. Faizat to emphasize that no matter what numbers you choose, the answer is always the same. And that's the big idea of invariance. So really, we can see here, in the way the changes that Mr. Faizat presented the problem. In the baseline study, he was more interested in his own answer. In the final lesson study that we had with him, he was able to let the students share their solutions before he kind of consolidate some of these ideas. And he actually anticipated the solutions when planning the lessons because he created the animation to show that. So I thought it's useful to kind of close this sharing with some remarks. Really, one idea is, he was actually personally surprised by the solutions given by the low progress students. And I think this is a motivating factor for the changes that he himself has undergone. So it is not just this idea of rich tasks, not just low floor, high ceiling, and white wall, but I think we want to kind of notice and harness the affordances of everyday tasks, not just the rich tasks that we use in the classroom. So for example, how do you do 27 minus 9? I mean, 27 minus 9 is something that you do with low progress learners or in grade 2 or even grade 1. But can you use it in a way that provides opportunities for students to develop their critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking? Well, I think you can, at least through the notion of teaching through problem solving. But in order to do that, one of the things that we see Mr. Faizat did was to adopt a listening stance. At the beginning, he was very focused on sharing his own answer. It's not a listening stance. It's a speaking stance. He wants to share his own thinking. But towards the end, he adopts a more listening stance. He was trying to see and hear what the students were thinking. And that gave him, some surprising results. And I guess it's not just about professional development. True enough, we have professional development with the teachers. But I think it's about understanding the mechanisms behind the professional development so that these approaches can indeed reach the classroom. We need to be able to work with teachers in ways that help them to see that all these things are possible in the classroom. And so the key question is, where do we go from here? And this is the question for every one of you. I think there are some key considerations for the future. How do we ensure deep learning, in the context of this digital transformation? I think first of all, we need to be able to see mathematics beyond the content. It is not just about teaching them how to do the exam type of questions. It is about helping them to develop critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking and other kind of 21st century competencies through our mathematics lessons. And mathematics as a subject provide that platform for students to learn these skills. Second is to see teaching as designing interactions. Now, AI can never replace the teacher. Or maybe I should qualify and say, AI can replace the teacher if all that the teacher is doing is to tell students what to do. But if we see teaching as the design of these interactions that the students have with mathematics around the task and with them, then AI can never replace the teacher because the role of the teacher will have changed and become even more critical because AI can never do the job of designing interactions, something that teachers can do. Last but not least, I think is this idea of adopting a listening stance. What AI can't really do is to adopt a listening stance. I mean, you can prompt it, you can give it some prompts, and then he will respond. But they are not really thinking. It is just through a set of algorithms, and based on the data that they have, they respond to you. But when they respond to you, it's not human-centric. It is just based on whatever was programmed previously. So the idea of seeing and hearing what students are thinking, I think is central not just in the mathematics classroom, but in all the lessons that our students go through. And I think this plays a central role on what we call productive teacher noticing. What really do the teachers see and hear in the classroom? And how do they use those information to make instructional decisions? And this lays the foundation for all our teachers to learn from teaching and to teach for learning. So with that, I thank you very much. And these are some acknowledgements. And I would like to thank my colleagues, Dr. Joseph Yeo, and my student, Mr. Kenneth Kwan, for their contributions towards this keynote presentation. So thank you very much. And I think I'm going to leave some time for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choi Ban Heng, for remarkable presentation that enrich our horizon about math instruction in terms of apply problem solving in the math instruction. Now we are continue to question and answer session, and I will give the chance to all participants to let's see, we have some question on chat box from yes, from some of the participants. Maybe you can pick any of them and you can answer. Please, Dr.
Yeah. So maybe I will start with the second question first because I think Eka talk about the idea that students solve problems using their own informal strategies, and I think that's very powerful. That's exactly what we want to do. And here is where teacher noticing becomes very important because how do we guide the students from their messy, informal answers to the formal mathematical concepts without killing their creativity? That is the key. How do we do that? Well, I think that requires a lot of preparation on the teacher side. In other words, the teacher, when they were designing this task, they need to kind of think about what are the possible solutions or what are the possible strategies that the students might think of. And very often, we need to go beyond the so-called the correct answers, the kind of answers that we want to teach. We need to think about how the students were doing it. And that's why in our project, we have this teaching experiment because the teachers try the problem with a few students just to see what the students come up with. And so in that dealing with one or two students, the teacher have a chance to think about how they can move the students from their messy, informal answers to the so-called more formal kind of mathematical connections. So I think the idea of teaching experiments provide an opportunity to do that. Besides the teaching experiment, I think another important aspect is what do you do during the lesson itself? I mean, you implement the task, then what do you do? So one aspect is to be able to go around the class and monitor and pick up useful ideas from the students that you can build towards, that transition from the messy, informal answers to the more formal mathematical concept. So in order to do that, the teacher must be able to see possibilities. And that's the notion of teacher noticing. And so if you ask me, I'm going to be very selfish here. I'm going to say, yeah, teacher noticing is important. The teacher must be able to notice critical aspects of mathematics, students' thinking, and what they are teaching in order to build that connections. So another question come from Iftin Diva. Decided to what extent do problem-solving tasks used in real-life situations relevant to students' lives, thereby encouraging them to build meaningful connections between mathematical concept, real concepts? Oh, I think to a large extent. I mean, it is important to use real-world tasks. I don't think anybody can argue against that. What I'm also saying here is we need to use different tasks. I mean, real-world tasks are useful, but in mathematics, sometimes we don't always solve real-world problems, right? I mean, I'm sure there are some pure mathematicians here in our midst. And we don't usually, I mean, as pure mathematicians, I think they don't always solve real-world problems. They solve mathematics problems. And there are different kinds of mathematics problems. And so I think what we are trying to do here, at least in my project, is to give a variety. Because there are some topics that lend themselves very naturally to real-world situations. But there are topics also that are not so real-world, but they are still important. And I think what we are trying to do is not to divide ourselves between whether it's real-world or not real-world, but what we want to do is to provide students opportunities to develop their critical, adaptive, and inventive thinking. And that, I think, is the critical part. Should we do it through real world? If possible, we should, because it really makes the relevance part of mathematics more prominent. But if there's no real world context, do I force a real world context? I think the answer is no. If there's no natural real world context, I would rather now think about how to turn this task, which may not have any much context, into a task that provides opportunities for students to exercise their thinking. I give you a real world example of a lesson that I observed. I'm sure all of you here can do 0.8 times 4. Am I right? I mean, everyone knows it's 3.2. I mean, there's nothing interesting about this task. But what happens when students haven't learned how to solve 0.8 times 4? And then you give this problem to the students. And you could give them in the problem of a work problem, which is not really a real world context, but you can give them this problem to solve. I mean, I want to find the answer to 0.8 times 4, but I have not learned how to do it. What can I do to solve this problem? Now, I saw a teacher, a primary elementary school teacher, doing that with her students. I don't know how many solutions can you think of, but in that class, there were 5 different solutions created by the students themselves. So it is true that real-world situations provide opportunities for students to make meaningful connections. But I think even with those problems that are considered mundane or boring, when used in a particular way, it can create opportunities for our students to develop those skills. I mean, that's my take on these two questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Choi Van Heng, for providing answers for all questions on chat box. And I can simply give my opinion that in order to implement problem solving in learning, so student can achieve, let's say, creativity and all other thinking skills. The core is the teacher must understand the core of problem solving. So by then they can implement it wisely. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Choi Ban Heng, for attending and giving more contribution that enlightening our horizon of mathematics education in terms of implementing problem solving in learning instruction. And I would like to, as appreciation, I would like to give a certificate of appreciation for your contribution as keynote speaker of this conference. And I will
Thank you very
send it
much.
I will send it to your email.
So thank you very much again for this opportunity to share some ideas. I hope you find it useful, and I'm looking forward to receiving more questions or queries. So you can always email me.
Sure. Thank you. And please send my warm regards to Professor Berinder Kaur.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Dr. Chai Ban Heng, and I leave it back to the host, please. Thank you, Dr. Chai Ban Heng.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session is complete. We would like to express our gratitude to our keynote speakers for the highly inspiring and insightful material. We also express our deepest appreciation to the moderator who guided the session so well. We hope that what has been shared will be beneficial for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next agenda, which is coffee break. We hope the participants enjoy this break. The conference will continue at 3:45 p.m. Previously, I reminded everyone not to leave the room because we are using the same link for the parallel session. In parallel session, presenters and participants are invited to choose a room or topic that cites their respective interests. Thank you.
Sampai burung beta selalu rindu Ambon Nederland en de Lise zo mooi is liefde diep in mijn hart bewaard Van Banda tot Kei, zo prachtig te neembaar Aru sampai Baradaya Alles eenmaal Lukumani Tanah Maluku, tanah Bella en Gandong Land van duizend eilanden satu Gandong dari Serang Semakin ribuan tua maman Tot letar wajahmu selalu terbayang Yang bisa hilang di dalam dada Suara Tifa en Toto Buang Van het strand tot aan de bergen Katong semua zingen lagu rindu Beta rindu kampung jauh di sana Kokus palmen dansen lenso bergoyang De oostelijke wind brengt jouw naam Ik hoor Maluku in elke adem van de oceaan Deze liefde zal nooit verdwijnen Betapun cinta for you selamanya. Switzerland van Maluku, dari seram sampai buru, beta selalu rindu. Ambon eiland en de Lise zo mooi, er is liefde diep in mijn hart bewaard. Van Banda tot Kei, zo prachtig te nimbar, Arus sampai Baradaya, alles eenmaal Maluku Manise. Ik bid voor jou, dag en nacht, Tanah Maluku, Tanah Bella en Gandong, land van 1000 eilanden, satu Gandong, dari Seram, semua kinderen doan tua maman, tot we daar, wajahmu selalu terbayang, sing bisa hilang di dalam dada. Suara Tifa en Toto Buang, van het strand tot aan de bergen, katong semua zingen lagu rindu. Beta rindu kampung jauh di sana, kokus palmen dansen lenzo bergoyang. De oostelijke wind brengt jouw naam, ik hoor Maluku in elke adem van de oceaan. Deze liefde zal nooit verdwijnen, tot mijn laatste adem. Maluku blijft die hati. Oh, land van Maluku, Tanah Bella dan Gandong, land van 1000 eilanden, één suara, één band. Semakin rinduan tua mama, tot we daar, wajahmu selalu terbayang, beta selalu rindu. Oh, Tanah Maluku, Seram, Buru, Ambon, Talis, Manise, Banda Kei, Tanimbar, Alu, Baradaya, alles één met geliefde Malukuland. Seram, Buru, Ambon, Talis, Manise, Banda Kei, Tanimbar, Alu, Baradaya, alles één met geliefde Malukuland. Beta pun cinta voor jou selamanya. Switzerland, Switzerland van Maluku, Switzerland van Maluku,